Now we got it. My pleasure to call the third session of the Maryland State Firemen's Association Convention to order. This time, begin with a safety message from Hobie Howe from the MSFA Safety Committee.
Yes. Good morning and welcome. Thank you, Dave, and congratulations. Up and coming. Everybody needs to, again, look at your surroundings. We're getting in a smaller area. There's not as many ways out to exit. Look and see where the best possible exit is for you to go if we have a problem. So be aware of your surroundings and welcome. And I hope you all will stay to the end for all the awards this morning. Have a nice morning.
Thank you, Hobie. Now I'd like to call on Chief Chaplain John Long for the morning prayer.
Good morning. Before we have prayer, I need to tell you about some concerns from our family. Chaplain Kolvich is ill and he's unable to be with us today. Mary Jean Cooper is still in the hospital in Salisbury. Inell Baby Morgan is hospitalized, and Vivian Morgan is unable to be here with us. Bridget Heller is in shock trauma, and she's still in serious condition there. Susan Wagner, lift her up in your prayers. Jason Skarloff, son-in-law of soon-to-be our secretary, is in very serious condition, and we really need to lift up prayers for him today. And we had some bad news from Prince Frederick. Walter Gott passed away last night. So let's lift all these folks up into prayer. Almighty God, you've heard our concerns this morning. Please be with these folks. Be with the doctors who are treating them. Give them the wisdom and knowledge they need to bring these folks back to full life. Father, we pray for the Gott family. We ask for comfort for them in their time of grief. Father, today as we continue the convention, we praise you for the award recipients that are going to be awarded today. And Father, as we're also voting at this time, we ask for wisdom and knowledge for those who are casting the ballots. And Father, continue to be with the officers as they guide and direct this association through this convention. We ask this all in your precious name. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain Long. Few brief announcements. Certainly want to welcome everyone. Today's agenda, we want to welcome everyone to the award ceremony. Certainly a day that we look forward to. Gives us an opportunity to recognize many of our fire and EMS personnel from around the state. Certainly it's something very important to us. I think any of you that's been to a county association meeting over the last 6 months or more know that we've harped on you to please submit the names. And so we're delighted today to have the award ceremony, which is a product of that. And we thank those departments that did submit names, and certainly encourage others to do so that we have more recipients. A few other announcements. If your company has not yet voted, remind you that the polls will remain open until 10 o'clock. We do have an election. We have 2 candidates for second vice president and 3 very important bylaws amendments for your consideration as well. I also remind you, in addition to the many other activities tonight, we have the Brotherhood Block Party by the Fools, Wycomico Street and Baltimore Avenue, Poorhouse, Bearded Clam, and Cork Bar, partial support for the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation. This time I'd like to make one additional presentation to one of our partners that could not be here yesterday. I'd ask that Major Mark Gibbons please come to the stage, please. Major, thank you for being here with us all week. I know you were here Saturday and been here throughout there. Your folks are downstairs, staffing a booth downstairs. Unfortunately, we don't have a helicopter. Last year when we were here, said we're going to have an AW-139 sitting in the parking lot. but unfortunately it took a small detour in the delivery, a very important one though, and I think we all agree that the delay in the delivery of those helicopters is vital. I think we had a very good year, and as I've always said, the key to our success is the partnership that exists between the first responders and the key state agencies that provide the support to them. And so I'd like to take this opportunity, as I did with the other partners, to recognize the cooperation and support that we received from MSP Aviation and do on a continuing basis. I know that you continuously advised me when events are happening with the helicopters, when we've had one of our own that are being transported by air, and supporting flyovers for some key events, funerals that we've had. And we certainly appreciate each and everything we do, and it's part of the partnership that exists between the MSFA and MSP Aviation. So it's certainly my pleasure to present with you this plaque of appreciation to you for everything that you and your staff have done, and hope that this hangs proudly in the aviation office. Thank you. Thank you. These guys won't take it. Go this way. And Mark, to make you an official part of our convention, we want to make sure that you leave here with your own delegate's bag and one of the ceramic mugs commemorating this year's convention.
Thank you, David.
Thank you. He'll take that one back. He's going to give you a real one. That's our prop bag. Part of the success that I had this year was certainly based on putting the team together. As I told people last year, as I was going around and working on the year ahead, the only way we were going to succeed as an organization is if we had a team that worked together and made this happen. So I'm certainly delighted that we had some committee chairs, committee members, and a lot of folks out there that really made the clock keep ticking on the MSFA machine. I'm going to recognize several of them today. I'd like to recognize one now. I'd like to ask Joanne Robinson if she would come to the stage, please. I know she's here. I've seen her. Okay, there she comes. Joanne served as a member of the LOSAP Information Committee from 1986 to 1993, when she was then appointed chairman of that committee. She continued as chairman in the transition of the committee when it became renamed as the Incentive Programs Committee in 1993. This change was necessary to align the committee with its new responsibilities to fulfill the requirements of Senate Bill 144 that implemented the Volunteer Tax Incentive Program. Joanne has been the only chairman of the MSFA Incentive Programs Committee. Every year, she begins the task of collecting information for over 13,000 members who qualify each year for the income tax incentive and providing this information to the Maryland Comptroller's Office. She maintains the records of each county's LOSAP program in order to have a central record of each of those programs. So at this time, it's certainly a great pleasure and an honor for me to recognize the contribution of Joanne as the chairman of the MSFA Incentive Programs Committee, and I ask that you join me in congratulating her. Okay. At this point, we begin the awards presentations. We begin with presentation of the Glad Hill Thompson Trophy. And at this time, it's my pleasure to call Chief Darren Long to the podium for that presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is always a pleasure and an honor for President German and myself to represent the Damascus Volunteer Fire Department in the highest honor given at the convention annually. I would first like to call on Philip Erlock to come forward and receive his trophy to take home with him. I remember through the years that anytime Phil would address I remember all the years I've known Phil, anytime he would address Les Thompson or Buck Gladhill, it was always Mr. Les and Mr. Buck. He had that kind of respect, and I always took notice of that. Here today to speak briefly about two pillars in the Damascus community. Mr. Bernard D. Buck Gladhill. And he told me many times he was tired of seeing buildings burned down in Damascus because of distance of travel from neighboring departments. He took it upon himself to spearhead a committee of all the local business people and citizens in Damascus to organize the Damascus Volunteer Fire Department. And that goal was reached September 17, 1944. Buck was very instrumental in our community with several things. He was a charter member of the Damascus Lions Club, Damascus JCs, and also the Chamber of Commerce. He was almost solely responsible for bringing public water to Damascus. He had contacts that you would not believe politically. Leslie B. Thompson, Chief of Damascus, 1958 through 1970, and he too was a pillar in Damascus. He had 68 active years in the fire service in our state. Chief officer of many departments in Montgomery County. He came to Damascus in 1952, and in his first year, he was appointed rescue captain. And that was the year that the first ambulance backed in the door. He helped organize and purchase an ambulance from the funeral home across the street. They purchased a 1937 Buick for $1. And Les, through his efforts, led the department to put that thing in service and bring ambulance service to Damascus. He was past president of the Maryland State Firemen Association, past president of the Maryland Fire Chiefs Association, past president of Montgomery County Volunteer Fire Rescue Association, and numerous other committees and department heads across the state. I've been asked to keep this short because I could probably keep you here to lunchtime anyway, all the things that he accomplished for the state of Maryland. I would now like to call President Dave Lewis to the podium to name this year's lucky recipient. Mr. President.
Thank you, Chief. It's with great pride and pleasure that the MSFA officers and members present this year's Gladhill Thompson Trophy to Mitch Vogt. Mitch says he's speechless, so he declined the opportunity. This time, I'd like to call on the Board of Trustees, Chairman Steve Hales, for the presentation of the Colburn Cup.
Morning. Nice to be here, isn't it? The Board of Trustees annually is called upon to judge the Colburn Cup, which is sponsored by the Princess Anne Volunteer Fire Company. This, to me, is an honor. Recognizes those who go above and beyond. Unfortunately, there are others whose names don't come before us. And if you'll note my comments, we're encouraging membership companies to please reconsider and send in their nominees next year. It's a very important part of the program, and it's recognition for those who are well-deserving. As an interest of time, as I start reading these presentations, the first 5 will be honorable mention, and the last one will be going to the recipient, winner of the cup. Standing behind me are your Board of Trustees. Please familiarize yourself with these faces. If you have any questions about the services that we provide for you, our member companies, please by all means call upon us and ask us any questions that you may have. Not yet. On the far end, we have Doug Alexander, Danny Carpenter, a.k.a. Santa Claus in his local community, Gene Worthington, past president, and Terry Thompson, past president. And these are your trustees. Terry is solo on the ballot, and if you could take a moment to give him a vote of encouragement today, we'd appreciate it. And this is a paid political announcement. Thank you. Members of the Leonardtown Volunteer Fire Department, if you'd please come forward. This recommendation comes to us on February 19th. Baden Brush Company, they were called to by command by Chief 37 at Caulk Point side of the fire, and they needed help. They had to abandon their truck in order to save their lives. Firefighter EMT Chris Smith was driving the utility with Sam Rickey on board. They saw the 2 running for their lives, and while Chris drove, Sam helped pull the 2 firemen running for their lives in the bed of the truck and made this heroic save. Doug, if you'd present the recognition. Congratulations. If members of the Riviera Fire Department, please come forward. Lieutenant Christopher Fowler, on behalf of the crew, is leading the crew into a dwelling in Commerce. Commenced rescue. Search and rescue of the patient was located. Lieutenant Fowler crew, along with crew from Engine 10, and Squad 12 worked to remove the very large patient from the dwelling and awaiting the EMS crew, and made this life-saving save on this day. Very proud to present him with this recognition certificate and thank him and the other people that we're nominating and recognizing today for their services. Congratulations. This is Volunteer Fire Company number 1. Please come forward. Paramedic Amelia Wolf, Paramedic Rebecca Rice, Firefighter Paramedic Chris Carter, Safety Officer Michael DeBole, Firefighter EMT Ryan Papp. Crews immediately recognized that Chief Wadley was suddenly in cardiac arrest. Firefighter paramedics, as I previously mentioned, Carter and officers immediately initiated CPR, provided with the ALS measures to assist in this rescue, converted the lethal cardiac issue into a life-saving rhythm, and therefore provide life-saving efforts that allows him to continue to be here with us today. I'd like to congratulate each and every one of these folks for a job well done. We're very proud of you. All right so far? All right so far? Bryant's Road Volunteer Fire Company, if you would please come forward. Captain Tony DeLauser, entered the hallway, used his body to shield a child from heat and smoke conditions they encountered in the fire, allowed this child to be safely removed. This 2-year-old little girl was treated and released from the hospital a few days later due to these efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, this is why we are who we are and what we do, And, this, like the other previous mentioned efforts, show that we care, we do our jobs, training's important, and so is the recognition. Is Captain here? Anybody from Bryant's Road? Here he comes. Thank you very much. We're very proud of your efforts. Members of Cobb Island Volunteer Fire Company, please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, this award will be made in memory of Christopher Allen Staley, who will not be with us because due to his efforts in trying to create a water rescue, Chris gave his life in that effort. And his fire company has asked that he be mentioned and recognized for this attempt to save a brother person's life in the local community. And unfortunately, he gave his life in doing so. So Chris, if you can hear us up in God's chapel, we're here saying to you, thank you today. May the Lord keep you and look over you. Congratulations. Princess Anne Volunteer Fire Department, please come forward. Hey, man, just stand right back there. You want to give it to him? Okay, all right. Folks, this is the winner of this year's Coleman Cup. Comes recommended by Middleton Volunteer Fire Company. Christopher Allen Staley, if you please come forward for benefit of recognition of this year's winner of the Coleman Cup. Representatives of the Princess Anne Volunteer Fire Department are here to make this presentation. While Brent Hearn was driving in the area of the accident, a call was dispatched for a Ford Escort in a pond with a woman trapped in a vehicle, and water was rising fast. Although Brent had his children in his vehicle, immediately responded to the scene, went into the pond, rescued the trapped woman. The driver's window had to be broken to get the woman out. Once the window was broken, the vehicle immediately rapidly filled with water and subsequently submerged. Fortunately, a panicked woman was pulled free, for total submersion occurred later. When a truck was used to pull the submerged vehicle from the pond, it was reported that the level of the water was 6 to 7 feet. Sergeant Wayne Trapp of Frederick City Police Department called the rescue efforts to the situation is very critical. The rescue was completed before the dispatch units were arrived on the scene. Brent Hearn, Officer Alcorn, or the deceased woman could have drowned during this attempt. We're 24/7 in this business, and we never know when we're called upon to provide these efforts. So if we could have the recipient please come forward to receive this year's Colburn Cup. Thank you. We're very proud of your efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, if we didn't do and provide these services that have been mentioned today by me based on the submissions that our committees receive or by efforts that you in the audience individually know and remember, there are a lot of people would not be standing here or in the communities or in this great state today. We make it happen. We make it possible. Keep up the good work. God bless you all, and thank you for the privilege of serving. Have a nice day.
This time I'll call on past President Bobby Jacobs for the presentation of the Robert H. Scheimer Administrator of the Year Award.
Good morning, everyone. Been a little hectic here this morning, to say the least. At this time, I'd like to call the committee members up. Phil Herlock, past president Phil Herlock is here. Danny Davis, Joe Robinson, and Roger Steger. If you're in the hall, please come forward. Also, I would like to identify the nominees this year, and if they're here, if they could please come to the stage also. Mr. John Bender, Miss Rosemary Colley, Luther Della, Garrington Eccles, Tom Flint, Terry Hamilton, Ben Kurtz, Scott Legore, Gloria Lewis, Ken May, Carl Ruth, Russell Schlick, and Andrew White. If you notice, we've had a total of 13 nominees this year for the Robert H. Scheimer Administrative of the Year Award. I think it's a great honor for your departments to have nominated each of you, and we thank the departments for this opportunity to extend to these individuals that honor. And just to give you information as to what this award is about, at the request of the Scheimer family and with the endorsement of the officers of the Maryland State Firemen's Association, an award was established and to be presented annually in recognition for the many years of faithful and dedicated service that was provided by past President Robert H. Scheimer to the Fire and Rescue Emergency Services of the state of Maryland. This prestigious award will recognize individuals for their achievements, activities, and administrative positions they have held within their own community, county, and state. The time requirement for the award was not restricted to this past year, but could have included accomplishments of prior years as well. The intention of the award is to honor past President Robert H. Scheimer for his 37 years continuous service to the state of Maryland for the many different roles and responsibilities he held in his career. This award is attributed to him for his deserved recognition that he earned as a member of the emergency services in the state of Maryland. His passion for emergency services touched every one of us, and his presence is sorely missed. Today, unfortunately, the Scheimer family could not be here, and representing those folks is past President Phil Hurlock. Phil?
Thank you, Past President Jacobs. Good morning to the officers, members, and guests of the 120th Annual Convention and Conference. On behalf of the Scheimer family, excuse me, Mrs. Joanne Scheimer, Chris Scheimer, and Diane May, I'm both honored and pleased to be a part of the presentation of the Robert H. Scheimer Administrator of the Year Award. This award, as mentioned by Past President Jacobs, was established by the Scheimer family back in 2004 to give honor for the many dedicated years that Mr. Scheimer gave to the volunteer fire and EMS service in the state of Maryland. Mr. Scheimer is an individual who is noted for, excuse me, for giving both praise and recognition to other individuals for their hard work and dedication, and was not one for wanting to receive them himself. His dedication to his family, his church, his community, and especially to the fire and EMS service are qualities that you don't see very often in the Maryland State Firemen's Association. We're pleased to have been part of his 37 years of distinguished service. The Scheimer Award is given to an individual that exemplifies the qualities that the late Bob Scheimer had, and this individual will join an elite group that have received this award since inception in 2004. The plaque the recipient will see can be proudly displayed in their home or their fire and EMS or rescue station, and is theirs to keep as a small token of their hard work and dedication and the reason that they have been nominated and are receiving this special presentation. There's also a traveling plaque that they will have the winner's name engraved on it, and this can also be displayed at their company or station for a year and then returned back to the Maryland State Firemen's Association and be awarded to the next year's recipient. I will now turn the podium back over to Past President Jacobs for the announcement of this year's winner. And apologize also.
This year's recipient of the award, and it's an honor for me to announce Mr. Benjamin Kurtz.
Thank you, Bobby. This time it's a pleasure to call on Danny Carpenter for the presentation of the Hall of Fame Awards, to be followed by the Marbury Gates Service Award.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, officers, past presidents, delegates, and guests. The Hall of Fame Committee report is printed in the convention book on page 67 without the inductees' names in it. At this time, I would like to call the Committee of the Hall of Fame, Vice Chairman Ben Kurtz, come out on stage. I think they're working on it. C. Oscar Baker, past president. George A. Fred Cross, past president. John T. Jack Ferguson III. John O. Gatton, Sr. Donnie Lee Howard. William Bill Lay, Sr. He's unable to be with us today. He just had some surgery. James T. Riggle, Sr., and Richard Smith. This year, the committee received 28 nominations for the Hall of Fame. We can only induct 10 nominations each year. If your nominee did not get selected, please resubmit again next year before April 15, 2013. That's the deadline. At this time, it gives me great pride to announce the new inductees into the Maryland State Firemen's Association Hall of Fame for 2012. If the inductee is not here, would somebody from their company or department come up and receive the certificate? The first inductee, Dennis E. Beard, Sykesville, Freedom District Fire Department. Patricia Bowser, Friendsville Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department. Alfred William Butch Brighton, Jr., Rescue Hose Company, number 1. Edward T. Clapper, Funkstown Volunteer Fire Company. Teresa Ann Krisman, Greenbelt Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad. Thomas Dean Cordova Volunteer Fire Association. Donald F. Hall, Prince Frederick Volunteer Fire Department. Barry Johnson, Laurel Volunteer Rescue Squad. Dan M. Tabler, Goodwill Fire Company. William D. Buddy White, Potomac Heights Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad. Each year, the committee conducts 3 special inductees into the Maryland State Farmers Association Hall of Fame. This year, the committee has selected 3 individuals that have supported the Maryland State Farmers Association and the Convention Committee. First, I'd like to call Major Mark E. Gibbons from the Maryland State Police Aviation Division. And I'd like to call past President Danny Davis and Richard Yinger. Major Gibbons has supported the Legislation Committee numerous years over in Annapolis to help get a lot of bills passed. We congratulate you, Major. This time I'd like to call Chief Ron Sarnecki, Convention Committee Chairman, to help me make these 2 presentations. First one is Susan Taylor. Susan is a member of the Convention Committee, the Go Team, and backstage manager. A lot of you don't see these faces, but they've worked very hard for years. The next one is Chris Yinger. You always see her downstairs selling tickets to the events and that. Chris has been very active for many years doing this. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. The Hall of Fame Committee also has the responsibility for the Marbury F. Gates Service Cup Award. This award was established by the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department and accepted by the Maryland State Firemen's Executive Committee in 1981 to honor over 60 years of active service. Charter member Marbury F. Gates of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department was the first recipient. Mr. Gates served on the MSFA Board of Trustees from 1969 through 1989. This year, the committee received 46 nominations, with 4 nominations being postmarked after the deadline of April the 15th. The committee voted not to accept the 4 late nominations and returned them. The committee accepted 42 nominations for a total of 2,325 years of service. Each individual will receive a governor's citation. They will also receive an MSFA plaque the first year nominated, and any sequential year, a certificate from the MSFA. If the individual is not in the hall, would somebody from their company please come forward to accept? The first one, Berlin Jake Capel, Reese Community Volunteer Fire Company, with 63 years of service. The second, Granville Albright Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, 51 years service. Thomas L. Flint II, Silver Hill Volunteer Fire Department, 51 years service. C. Edwin Bunk Gilmore Sr., Jarrettsville Volunteer Fire Company, 70 years service. Earl Tim Wareheim, Linesboro Volunteer Fire Company, 50 years service. Douglas P. George, Westminster Fire Engine and Company Number 1, 52 years service. John H. Jack Lippy, Westminster Fire Engine and Hose Company, 57 years service. Fred L. Plunkett, Westminster Fire Engine Hose Company Number 1, 52 years of service. Luther A. Della, Jr., La Plata Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years service. Bernard R. Winkler, Jr., La Plata Volunteer Fire Department, 53 years service. Chief Grayton C. Gary Eccles, Jr., La Plata Volunteer Fire Department, 53 years service. Leonard H. Rennick, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 69 years service. Chief Clinton B. Sparky Duke, Leonardtown Volunteer Fire Department, 64 years of service. William J. Thatcher III, Long Green Volunteer Fire Company, 55 years of service. Chief James J. Snyder, Laytonsville District Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years service. Don Beach, Hebron Volunteer Fire Department, 51 years service. Edward T. Clapper, Funkstown Volunteer Fire Company, 52 years service. James T. Fryer Community Fire Company of Perryville, Maryland, Incorporated, 66 years service. Paul Nickel, Northeast Fire Company, 68 years service. Otis Isaac Jr., Northeast Fire Company, 50 years service. Lowell Howard, Northeast Fire Company, 70 years of service. Joseph Patelli, Northeast Fire Company, 51 years of service. Harry Reynolds, Northeast Fire Company, 59 years of service. Charles Tull, Northeast Fire Company, 60 years of service. Joseph Letts, Northeast Fire Company, 50 years service. Harvey E. Smith, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 58 years of service. Frederick E. Ireland, Easton Volunteer Fire Company, 57 years of service. James E. Henry, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 56 years of service. Maurice E. Newman III, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 56 years of service. Ernest E. Fisher, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 54 years of service. Donald W. McDaniel, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 54 years service. Lewis E. Malkin, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 51 years service. Eugene C. Butter, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years service. Charles J. Bryan, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years service. Roland C. Lorch, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years of service. Robert C. Willie, Easton Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years of service. William Bill Olson, Waldorf Volunteer Fire Department, 55 years of service. Benny Bozeman, Deal Island Chance Volunteer Fire Department, 50 years of service. William R. Caldwell Singley Fire Company, 57 years of service. Raymond F. Stevens Sr., Volunteer Fire Company Number 1 of Chesapeake City, 52 years of service. J. Raymond Langford, Solomon's Volunteer Rescue Squad and Fire Department, 57 years service. George A. Fred Cross Jr., Chestnut Ridge Volunteer Fire Company, 51 years of service. Ladies and gentlemen, up here you see a total of 2,325 years of service these men and women have served.
Stand in front of this group and get a picture of all of them. Try to get them from up here? Yeah. Okay.
Bear with us for a minute. We're trying to get a group shot up here. Yeah, where's Fred? I think he has shorts on. He's on our.
Hey, Mr. Carpenter, when they all get up there, ask for a standing round of ovation.
Could we give one more round of applause for these gentlemen? Backstage. All right, I thank you. If y'all could report backstage in that hallway, we'll try to get another group shot. Oh, is he coming up here? while they're doing the pictures, at this time I'd like to call the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department, Chief Scott Emmons and President Tim Jones. They're going to make the presentation to the winner of the Gates Award.
Good morning, everyone. From the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department and the Maryland State Firemen's Association, I'd like to welcome everybody and thank everyone for being here this morning during this time, in this wonderful award time. Each one of these gentlemen has served their communities in the state of Maryland for over 50 years. It's outstanding the amount of time that each one of these people has dedicated. One person each year gets selected for the Marbury Gates Award. And it's very hard for this committee when there's so many across the state that serve their communities so well. So again, I'd like to thank each and every one of these people for what you do every day, for what you've done for so many years, for your communities, for the rest of us in the state of Maryland. Thank you very much. In a second, my president, Tim Jones, is going to read the award letter. But on one final note, when I leave here, I'm trying to find out where Easton is, because after reading these awards, I clearly think I know where the Fountain of Youth is. That's where I'm headed. Thank you again. Thank you for letting me present this.
Good morning. As the chief said, I'm Tim Jones. I'm the president of the Rockville Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. It is indeed a distinct honor and a pleasure for the chief, myself, and the members of the RVFD to stand up here with such an elite group of individuals that have served their communities in the state of Maryland. What was the total years? 3,000 and something? Unbelievable. As I said a couple of years ago up here, you younger ladies and gentlemen can learn from this group and the traditions that they've held in the fire service in the state of Maryland and in their companies. Learn from them. Let me read the nomination letter. I tried to work this letter out so I wouldn't give it away right off of the bat, but they wrote it so well, it's impossible to do that. Addressed to Mr. Daniel C. Carpenter, the Chairman, Hall of Fame Committee. Dear Mr. Carpenter, I would like to nominate Mr. George A. Fred Cross, Jr., past president of Maryland State Firemen's Association, for the Marbury F. Gates Service Cup Award. Fred has completed 51 years of active service to the Chestnut Ridge Volunteer Fire Company, Baltimore County, Maryland. Over the years, Fred has served his department for the past 51 years in numerous capacities. He has served on committees, chaired committees, held offices within the department, including president on numerous occasions. In addition to his dedication as a committee member and officer, Fred has maintained active participation in emergency responses and training. Fred has served the Baltimore County Volunteer Firemen's Association for the past 51 years in numerous capacities on committees, chairing committees, and as an officer. Fred climbed through the chairs of the County Association and served as their president. Fred has also been extremely active within the Maryland State Firemen's Association, also serving on numerous committees, such as the Emergency Assistance Trust Fund, Budget Convention, Hall of Fame. Fred, how'd you serve on the Hall of Fame if you're up here? And other committees. He not only served as chair of many of those committees, he currently serves on the Convention Program Committee and chairs the golf tournament. Fred served this association as president in 1995 through 1996. After serving as second and first vice president, he committed to assist Paul Fabasak as an assistant financial secretary, and upon the untimely death of Paul, he has performed as our financial secretary in an outstanding manner. Fred is dedicated to the emergency services of the state of Maryland and continues to travel to foster the values of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. It is an honor to nominate George A. Fred Cross, Jr. for the most prestigious Marbury F. Gates Service Cup Award. Stephen D. Cox, past president. Take it out. I'll be happy to go.
Mr. Cross, I'd also like to give you from the state of Maryland, from the governor, this proclamation and governor's citation. Let it be known that on behalf of the citizens of this state, in recognition of your selection to receive the Marbury Gates Service Cup Award in honor of your 51 years of continuous and faithful volunteer service to the fire department and the community, and as the people of the Maryland join in applauding your extraordinary commitment to the fire service and the community in our state, they are hereby pleased to confer upon you this governor's citation. Here you go, sir. Thank you.
Your medal from the Maryland State Firemen's Association, Fred. Congratulations, sir. Thank you for your service to the Rockville Volunteer Fire Corps. Congratulations. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
All right, gentlemen, whichever way. You can either go this way or down the steps, whichever way you want to go. That concludes my presentation. I thank you.
In the hot zone. What a significant accomplishment, all the years that were just recognized on this stage. 2,345 years of service to their communities. Certainly proud there. We're going to switch gears now. We're going to kind of go to the other end. We went with the longevity. Now we're going to go with the future. We're going to recognize for the first time the Edwin L. Emke Senior Cadet Award. The Edwin L. Emke Cadet Award was established by President Roger Powell and is being underwritten by the American Claims Service and accepted by the Maryland State Firemen's Association Executive Committee at the November 2011 meeting. This approval followed nearly 2 years in the development of guidelines for the award. The award was established to recognize Edwin L. Emke Sr. for his outstanding service in promoting cadet programs. The Outstanding Cadet Program must be sponsored by a fire, rescue, or EMS department, company, or squad. The program should be based on teaching safety, basic skills for firefighting, or EMS. At this time, it's certainly my pleasure to introduce past President Roger Powell, who initiated this award, and allow him to introduce the award as well as some special guests we had for today's first presentation of this new award. Roger?
Thank you, everyone. You know, it's appropriate that after we follow the Marbury Gates Award for the people who have done all the service for all the years, we now honor the juniors who are the future of the Maryland Volunteer Emergency Services. There's not a lot to say about the award. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to have established this award. This year, interestingly enough, and appropriately enough, the namesake of the award, Ed Emke Jr., who was a dear friend of mine for many years from English Council Volunteer Fire Company, their junior fire company, English Council, is the winner. I'd like to introduce John Emke, who is Ed Emke's son, who wants to tell you about his dad. And can the juniors come out, please?
Good morning. In 1975, Edwin Lewis Emke Sr. joined the English Council Volunteer Fire Department in Baltimore County. Ed became a firefighter and an Ivy Tech within the department in a short time. When at the age of 35, he suffered a heart attack, bringing an early end to his riding status. He didn't let this setback stop him from doing his part. In 1978, Ed took over the English Council Junior Fire Department at the English Council Firehouse. This unit has kids ranging from the age of 6 years old to 16 years old. When he took over the juniors, he decided he wanted this unit to be the best. These kids that he referred to as his kids were the start of a program that pioneered similar youth programs throughout Baltimore County, the state of Maryland, the United States, and even some other countries. Ed would receive either a phone call or a letter from other departments asking about how his unit ran and how they could do their own. He had calls from Nevada, Texas, Utah, and even a company in Canada. He was proud of his kids, and through many contacts within the county and the state, he began obtaining training materials such as Firefighter 1, hazmat, and truck company operation books to teach from. Through the same contacts, he began to, as he called it, obtaining equipment. Old SCBA masks that he would black out for mazes, ladders, ropes, and eventually a 1969 Seagrave pumper. During his tenure as the junior director, many kids grew through the ranks of the juniors, including my sister, myself, and even Ed's oldest grandson. Ed and his unit made a difference within the fire service. There are 2 career captains in Baltimore County Fire Department, 1 career captain in the BWI Fire Department, and 1 career captain in Howard County Department of Fire Rescue Services. These captains started in Ed's program. Many of Ed's juniors also became officers of different ranks with many volunteer fire companies within Baltimore County. As juniors, amongst being taught how to be a fireman, we also learned that a toothbrush could clean more than your teeth, and that we were thankful that Diet Pepsi was given in plastic bottles, not glass anymore. To say he was proud of his unit would be the same as saying that the ocean is only a little wet. Ed received many citations and awards for his work with the juniors, to include being inducted into the Maryland State Firemen's Association Hall of Fame in 2004, and a short time later was given the title of Honorary Fire Chief of Baltimore County Fire Department, both of which he wore proudly on his uniform. In 2008, after 30 years as the director of the English Council Juniors, Ed began a long road of health problems and decided to step down as the junior director. In December of 2010, Ed lost his battle with cancer. The day after Ed passed, I stopped by the station. Found many of the guys who came up through the juniors with Ed cleaning the engine that would carry him to his final resting place. The guys were polishing the diamond plate with toothbrushes. When I asked them what they were doing, the reply I received was simple: "It's got to shine for Mr. Ed." So it was no surprise that in Ed's casket there were several toothbrushes and a bottle of Diet Pepsi that went with him, placed there by these senior members who grew up in Ed's program. At Dad's funeral, a junior from long ago, who happens to be one of the career captains, was asked to present the flag from my dad's casket to my mom. He only said a few sentences, but the last sentence, I believe, came from the heart and can speak for all past juniors. That last sentence was short, but it spoke volumes, and that was, "Thanks for sharing him." So today it is with great pleasure and honor and pride that my mother, my sister, my wife, my son, my two nephews, and my stepdaughter, Chief of English Council Fire Department, and a captain for BWI, Doug Brinkley, are here today to present this award that's in my dad's name. Thank you.
This trophy is intended to go to the winning company this year, English Consul Juniors, and it will be a revolving trophy. It will be returned next year, and they will receive a permanent trophy. Just as importantly to us, because the juniors and because of the economy have such a difficult time in raising money, this award is being underwritten by the American Claims Management Services Company, and the president of that company, David Gould, is here today. This is the only award given out by the Maryland State Firemen's Association, which carries a cash award with it of $500, and he is here to present that check while I present the trophy. We have the entry book to show the activities for English Consul Juniors for the year 2011. It's just awesome to see the amount of community service and the amount of training that this junior fire company undergoes in a year. We will have this if anybody wants to look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. Now we'll go to the middle of the line. How about that? My honor to present John Gatton for the presentation of the Firefighter of the Year Award.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we get started, I'd like to introduce the other members of our committee. Bill Radish, who is ill, not able to be with us. Eddie Cross, Jim Jarbo, David Keller, Bill Lay, Rusty Leftwich, Bill Smith, Jim Snyder, and Jeff Thompson. Again this year, the nominations were slack. However, being slack, they were also filled with a lot of information. I'd like to now call the nominees forward to receive a certificate of nomination. If they are not in the auditorium, if someone from their fire department could come forward. The first nominee is John Hamilton, the fourth from Northeast Fire Company. The second, Jeffrey Hinkle, St. Michael's Fire Department. Benjamin Singer, Arbutus Volunteer Fire Department. Michael Sullivan, Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department. Stanley Sutton, Laytonsville Volunteer Fire Department. And Christopher Younger, Glen Burnie Volunteer Fire Company. I'd now like to read some of the nominations for the winner. This year's nomination had a 7-page the nomination form. I will not read all of that. I will highlight it. It's with great pride that our fire department nominates our firefighter for the Maryland State Firefighter Fireman of the Year. In 2011, our firefighter came in number 11 in calls, attending 304, and was only 2 calls short of the top 10. He was also in the top 5 for driver's attendance. At the annual banquet of his fire department, he was recognized for Firefighter of the Year. To be Firefighter of the Year is only scratching the surface for what this firefighter did. To quote the chief of the fire department, he does it all. Anything you ask him, he will do without question. He does not complain. He always has a positive attitude. He is a genuine guy and a big asset to this organization. During 2011, he got checked off to drive the ladder truck and completed the the Firefighter 2 course. When he first got his fire department, he found out that fire prevention was kind of his forte. He got very active in fire prevention and took over from there. During the annual banquet, he received both the President and Chief's Award, as well as the Firefighter of the Year. He also worked his duty bingo nights, assisted the ladies' auxiliary with caterings, and worked all fire department functions, helped set up and dismantle the annual carnival, and operated one of the rides. He was one of the first to sign up for funeral and standby details, also volunteered for extra assignments, projects, etc. When the hurricane hit our area, he was among the firefighters who were on standby and responding to assist citizens in our community. Whenever minor repairs were needed on the equipment, he assisted wherever asked. He also takes care of ordering and maintaining our medical supplies. He can and still does just about anything. In the short time he was a member, he has become very interested in fire prevention. He has gotten his fire department, again, very actively involved in fire prevention. He designed a float, which won first place in his regional fire district and Maryland State. The letter goes on, and I can read you a 7-page letter, but I will give the secretary a copy of this. It's with a great deal of pleasure and honor to present the 2011 Maryland State Fire Association Firefighter of the Year to Michael Sullivan of the Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department. Mike will receive a plaque for his honor. He will also receive a jacket inscribed with his name and Maryland State Firemen's Association Firefighter of the Year for 2011. He will receive a medal for his Class A uniform and also a patch for his uniform. In addition to the certificates that were presented, we have another certificate of congressional recognition presented this 19th day of June 2012 at the Maryland State Firemen's Association to Michael Sullivan, 2012 Firefighter of the Year, in tribute to his support, commitment, and outstanding dedication to the fire service and our local communities, as signed by Congressman Steny Hoyer. Mike, also have another surprise for you. You didn't know it, but your mother and sister are also in attendance here today. We hid them so you wouldn't see them when you came in. That completes my report. I have a little note to say. After 10 years as chairman of the Firefighter of the Year, I decided to step down. I appreciate all the support you've given me over the 10 years, and I ask that you continue to support this and other awards programs and support next year's chairman. Thank you very much for your time, service, and help.
Johnny, don't go away, and while your committee's still up here with you, I want to take this opportunity to recognize your service and contributions to the Maryland State Firemen's Association as chairman of the MSFA Firefighter of the Year Committee. As near as I can tell, John served almost continuously as a member or chair of the Firefighter of the Year Committee since 1983. Although there's several breaks in service, his record of service is truly commendable and a tribute to his dedication to the Maryland State Firemen's Association and its membership. He served continuously as chairman of the committee since 2002. As he said, 10 years. John Gatton understands the need for recognizing contributions of our members with award programs and constantly reminds companies to submit members not only for the Firefighter of the Year Award, but also for many awards and recognitions that MSFA offers. Earlier this year, John told me that he did not intend to return to the committee next year and asked that we begin the search to identify a replacement chairman. We've honored that request and will appoint a new chairman on Thursday. But as he steps down from his position, I certainly would like to take this opportunity to recognize his service and contributions not only for the past year, but for most of the last 29 years on the Firefighter of the Year Committee. It's certainly a pleasure and honor to present this small token of my appreciation to Johnny for his friendship, his support during my term as president of the Maryland State Firemen's Association, and ask that you join me in thanking Johnny for his support.
If I could have the members of the Hollywood Volunteer Fire to meet over here for a picture-taking opportunity.
This time, the Chair recognizes Bill Dusa, Chairman of the EMS Committee, for the presentation of the Josiah Hunt EMS Member of the Year Award.
President Lewis, officers, past presidents, delegates, and guests, good morning. The Josiah Hunt Award was established in 1991 in honor of Dr. Josiah Hunt. He was instrumental in creating the EMS service in northern Harford County, and the award was donated by the Delta Cardiff Volunteer Fire Company. And there we go. We have members of Delta here with the trophy. The trophy is awarded to the highest performing EMS person considered in Maryland. This year's committee And if there's any members in the audience that I've not found so far, but Mary Ann Wareheim, Joan Williams, Stan Williams, Susan Mott, Danny Green, and Linda Dusa were the members of our committee. Our first order of business is to present the plaque to last year's winner. Last year's winner was paramedic Rick Farrington. Rick, are you present? I don't think so. So we're going to present the plaque to members of the Delta. Oh, here he comes. Okay, good. Rick, thank you for your service, and I understand this was the first time the award was back home at Delta, so it's been a year there. It's going to wander off again, unfortunately. This year we had 6 nominees, and they were all well qualified, and I would like to present certificates to the 5 nominees who were not selected for the award. If you're present, please come up. If not, we'd like to have a member of your company come up. The first member is Kevin Harris of the Glen Burnie Volunteer Fire Company. The second nominee is Rebecca Jewell of the Level Volunteer Fire Company. Third nominee is Harold Hathaway of the Northeast Fire Company. The fourth nominee was Michael D. Livingston of the Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Company. And the final nominee, Rodney Valentine of the Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department. When I read the resume of the winner this year, actually it reminded me a lot of my mentor when I came into the fire service. He had all the requisite requirements. He was a top responder in EMS. He was also a top responder in fire. He held numerous offices in his home company. He's one of those guys that never wants to be in the limelight, but he's always there when tough jobs come up. and he's willing to take them on, and he does a wonderful job. However, his real contribution is the fact that he has been a mentor to numerous young people in the fire service, both at company and county level. I'm going to give away this person at this point. I'm not going to read his resume, but a good example of him being a mentor happened yesterday. I was walking beside him through the displays downstairs. His phone rang. It was a new member of his company looking for direction on where he was going to go for training. Donald Thomas from Darlington Fire Company. Donald is the 2012 winner of the Josiah Hunt Award. Donald, you get to keep the trophy for a year for your company. You have a campaign ribbon that goes with it, and you have to be back here at the convention next year to get your plaque. Donald, thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. Like to call on Chief Ivan Browning from the Mount Airy Fire Department for the presentation of the past President C. Oscar Baker Rookie of the Year Award. Chief?
Good morning. Thank you for coming to the award ceremony. I'm Chief Ivan Browning with the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, and on behalf of the members of the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, we would like to present the C. Oscar Baker Rookie of the Year Award. We are fortunate that Oscar is here with us in his 70th year of service to the fire service. And this award basically is what Oscar has instilled in many over the years, coming through the fire service and being a rookie and being able to look at somebody like Oscar who has put so much time and dedication into the fire department. We appreciate being able to present this to somebody else that might be able to follow in his footsteps one day. This is the 10th year of the award, and your 90th birthday on Sunday, right? So, without further ado, we had 4 nominees this year. When I call your name, if you could please come up on stage. Dante Backwell, the Ridge Volunteer Fire Department. William Billy Paget, Leonardtown Volunteer Fire Department. Nicholas Haspert, Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department. And Kevin Thurman, the Independent Hose Company #1. These are our nominees this year. They've all put in a tremendous amount of training and hours into their local fire company, and we appreciate that. This year's award recipient of the C. Oscar Baker Rookie of the Year Award. This member has attended 9 meetings, has 126.53 EMS response hours, 142 fire response hours, over 99 hours of fundraising, 1,354 hours of station standbys, 217 fire training hours, 8 fire prevention hours, and 143 EMS training hours. This person currently has taken the following classes in his first year: protective envelope and foam, hazardous materials operations, firefighter 1, emergency vehicle operator, emergency medical technician basic, and decision making for initial company operations. He's currently enrolled in firefighter 2, pump operator, and strategy and tactics for initial company operations. This is a huge accomplishment for somebody that just joined in December of 2010 and became an active member in September of 2011. This person was the Firefighter of the Year for their local company. They were also the Rookie of the Year for their local fire company, which shows the dedication that they have provided. This person spends an enormous amount of time at the firehouse, and he's always willing to lend a hand. The Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company and C. Oscar Baker would like to present this year's Rookie of the Award to Nicholas Hasper of the Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department. The trophy will be proudly displayed at Winfield for the next year. And we hope that he continues this tradition of service and providing to his community for the following years with what he's done this first year. And maybe one day we'll see him up here on the stage like Oscar. He's a little gun shy on the mic. Thank you for coming and enjoy the day.
Thank you all for being here, and hopefully, God willing, we'll be back next year and be here to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, members of the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Department. Doug Alexander, while you're up here, please don't go away. I want to take this opportunity to recognize Doug Alexander for his service. This is not a Rural Water Supply Award, but we're going to recognize him for his service on the Rural Water Supply Committee. Doug became a member of the Rural Water Supply Committee in 2002 and was appointed as the chairman in 2003, a position that he served continuously since. The committee's been a vital component of our operational training programs, as the committee sponsors 2 regional drills each year to train and develop procedures for moving large amounts of water in a rural setting. I want to take this opportunity to recognize Doug also for his leadership on the MSFA Residential Sprinkler Committee. Doug served as the first chairman of this committee when it was established by past President Lee Sachs in 2005 to promote the adoption of residential sprinkler requirements across the state. Doug led the charge toward this goal and achieved much success in the 7 years as chairman. Earlier this year, MSFA was successful in pushing statewide legislation to require the adoption of residential sprinkler requirements in all new 1- and 2-family residences. This accomplishment could not have been made possible through the foundation started by Doug in his role as the chairman of the Residential Sprinkler Committee from 2007 to 2011. It's certainly 2005 to 7 to 11. It's certainly a pleasure and an honor to present this small token of my appreciation to Doug Alexander for his friendship and support to my term as president, and certainly for his contributions to both the Rural Water Supply Committee and the Residential Sprinkler Committee. And I ask you to join me in thanking him for his contributions and service. Now I introduce Hobie Howe from the MSFA Safety Committee for the presentation of the Smith-Statham Safety Award.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to bring before you these individuals who were duly nominated for the Smith N. Statham Jr. Past President Memorial Safety Award. I would ask these gentlemen or their designees to come forward this morning. Mr. Michael Strickland from the Glen Verney Volunteer Fire Company, Anne Arundel County. Mr. Timothy Holt from the Falston Volunteer Fire and Ambulance Company, Harford County. And Doug Alexander from the Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, Carroll County. Last year's 2011 recipient to receive his plaque. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Safety Committee who stands before you. Could I have a round of applause for our committee? Thank you. Would you please present Doug with his plaque for this year? Thank you. We are pleased to announce the 2012 recipient of the Smith N. Statham Jr. Past President Safety Memorial Award to Timothy Holt from the Falston Volunteer Fire and Ambulance Company, Harford County. Would you please present the trophy to the representative, please, from Falston? Would you also please present the plaque to Mr. Strickland? Plaque to Mr. Strickland. Your MSA Safety Committee would like to thank all the participants who were nominated this year for their accomplishments in safety. Thank you and be safe.
Thank you, Hobie, members of the Safety Committee. Okay, we'll take a brief pause here on the awards program to provide you with one of our program presentations because it's very vital. We just went through the Safety Award. The next program presentation is actually a good linkage to that on firefighter safety and the codes and necessary partnership. Be presented by Battalion Chief Sean DeCrane from the Cleveland Fire Department, a 22 years member of the Cleveland Fire Department, currently serving as battalion chief, and it has a history of representing Cleveland and the IAFF in the building and fire codes process. What do fire codes have to do with what we're doing? Again, we just went through a major initiative the past year, which culminated in 7 years of effort with the residential sprinkler program in Maryland. That involved actually a great involvement by many of us in the code process. Several of us, a number of us, went out to Minneapolis, got involved in the ICC process, again reaffirmed in Baltimore when the ICC met in Baltimore, to make residential sprinklers part of the international codes, and then we brought that to Maryland. So today's presentation will talk about how we can ensure a safer work environment for our firefighters by being involved with the building and fire codes that protect firefighters and occupant safety. We'll look at various types of construction and case studies where code participation and adherence may have created a more positive outcome. The presentation will also discuss how codes govern the decisions that we make in our own lives, including the dangers that we place in our own homes, and how we can make a difference creating a safer environment for our firefighters and their families. Please join me in welcoming a good Maryland welcome to Chief Sean DeCrane. Chief.
All right, first challenge of the day. I figured out the buttons. Good morning. I'm going to walk around if that's okay. First of all, I wanted to start off by congratulating all the award recipients today. And what we're going to kind of talk about, I promised Fire Marshal Barnard I'd keep this to 2 hours. Just kidding. But we're going to talk a little bit about firefighter safety, and we're also going to talk about our work environment. And it's very, very important to understand what our work environment is. And this is actually a very, very condensed version of a 7-hour class that we've been able to give around the country. Unfortunately, my partner, Bob Davidson, could not make it. After spending a week at NFPA in Vegas, he had to spend the weekend at home in South Carolina. So why should the fire service be active? Well, we saw a lot of it today. A lot of activism within the fire service here in the state of Maryland with all the awards that were given up. And I have to tell you, I'm so impressed that I'm following on the stage of a number of individuals who spent 50 years of service in the fire service. That is tremendous. And knowing that one was 90 years old while he stood up here. But I've spent a number of years as a union representative. And let me just say this, I may be representing a trade organization, but fire doesn't know the difference between whether you're a volunteer, whether you're a combination, or whether you're a career department. When we walk on that front step and we're about to enter that building, fire doesn't know the difference. And that's why it's important that we all are active in establishing a safe work environment for our firefighters. So for 8 years, I sat in the office of secretary for our local. And just as in the volunteer service, our responsibility is to make sure that we have a safer work environment, that our health and wellness is addressed, whether it's through contract negotiations or educating your members or being active within the community to get the message out about safety. Residential sprinklers, that message was passed by many members within this room. So while you're doing this, you're reading a lot of the NIOSH reports. If you're familiar with the National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health, when there's a firefighter fatality, they come into the jurisdiction, investigate the circumstances around that incident, and then publish recommendations to try to minimize the occurrence in the future. NFPA also establishes a number of reports based on firefighter injuries and fatalities, and we're going to talk about one in a second. But after reviewing all these reports, after looking at the studies, we still see that we're still killing firefighters. And you have to ask, why is that occurring? We've tried to center more on training. We've tried to advance our equipment or evolve our equipment to protect our members. And what this really hit home for me was Father's Day 2001. And you have to remember, this is prior to 9/11. This is prior to losing 343 firefighters in one day. 3 firefighters were killed on Father's Day in 2001 in New York City. It was a mixed occupancy, hardware store residential. 142 cylinders, 14-ounce cylinders of propane were in this basement when the explosion occurred that took the 3 lives. We traveled up from Cleveland, it's a short drive, 7-hour drive to New York. We went up to New York for the funerals. And walking down the street, talking to some of the members of FDNY, we're in a group and one of the members looked and he had this kind of blank stare. And he looked and he said, I don't get it. Why are we still killing our firefighters? Why are we killing so many firefighters? And it was a question that really struck home. And that was 2001, and I'm still trying to answer that. I'm still trying to find the answer. So if you look at some of the reports, like I said, NFPA establishes reports, and this report was issued in 2002. And it looked at the comparable of firefighter fatalities, the 1970s to the 1990s. And what they found is in the 1970s, 5.8 firefighters died per 100,000 structure fires in the line of duty. In the 1990s, that number was 5.7. Doesn't seem to be a big difference there. But if you start to look at the numbers now, and I talked to Rita Fahey last week when we were there, that bottom number, that 5.7, is trending up. And we know the number of fires have decreased in the United States, yet that number of firefighters that die in the line of duty has stayed pretty consistent. It has dipped in the last couple of years, but is that a trend? Hopefully it is a trend. But if we start to look at the numbers more deeply, we see that in the 1970s, 2.6 firefighters per 100,000 structure fires died of a cardiovascular event. In the 1990s, that number dropped to 1.9. So it starts to give an indication that the wellness and fitness initiatives, the awareness on wellness and better eating and maybe maintaining your physical fitness at the fire station are having a positive influence. But if these numbers are going down, what's going up? And I'll tell you, in the 1970s, we lost 1.8 firefighters from traumatic injury, asphyxiation, burns, in contact with, falls, collapses. In the 1990s, that number jumped to 3. And that number is continuing to stay at that 3 level. So how can this be? Well, we could talk for a number of hours about the contributing factors. And is it that the contents are burning hotter and faster? And a lot of engineers will tell me, fire doesn't burn hotter. It still maintains that temperature about 1,200 to 1,300 degrees. It just creates more energy. So the contents today are creating more energy. And you have to remember, our turnout gear stores that energy. So what we're being subjected to is more energy, not more hotter. But the use of polyurethane foam furniture in today's homes, and we're going to actually see a video on this in a second. Is our turnout gearing allowing us to get into places we shouldn't be in? Are we so encapsulated we're not recognizing the rapidly changing environment around us until it's too late? There might be some validity to that. Also, the insulation factors, the type of insulation we're using, the fact that we're bottling up our buildings so tightly, could that be a contributing factor? Or could the fact that the building codes are allowing less mass and more protection trade-offs? In the 2003 edition of the International Building Code, there was about 250 sprinkler trade-offs. Today, there are over 500. We are allowing less passive protection for the installation of sprinklers. And I'm a huge proponent of sprinklers, huge. But are we putting all our protection eggs in one basket? So if we look at today's home, this is a picture out of the National Geographic edition, 1997. And it shows what the amount of plastics that are in today's home. Look at the petroleum-based products that we're putting in a typical American home. And I know it's tough to see this picture a little bit with this resolution, but you don't even see some of the things that we've added since 1997. You don't see the big screen TV. You don't see the computer workstations that we've put in today's home. So that fuel package is continuing to grow. It's continuing to evolve. We also know that NIST has done a number of studies on smoke alarm performance. Now you can get into the debate on ionization versus photoelectric, which we're not going to today. But in the early 1970s, NIST did a study. It was called the Dune 1's report. And it looked at smoke alarm activation. And what they found is from the time of activation to the time where the conditions became untenable for that occupant, they had approximately a 15 to 17 minute escape time. So they had to have 15, 17 minutes in order to effect self-egress. In 2010, they redid the study. They replicated the study. The only substitute was today's furniture. And what they found is that escape time has gone from 15 to 17 minutes to 2 to 3 minutes. Some of the other stuff, the smoldering fires, have actually seen statistically around the same. So that indicates to us that a rapidly growing fire is having an impact on the occupant egress. If the occupant can't affect egress, what are our members doing when they arrive on the scene? Especially some of our rural departments that have 1 or 2 individuals that are arriving on scene first. Because we know the 2 in, 2 out rule allows for you to make entry if there's life safety, extreme life safety. And even in urban departments, you're challenged when you arrive on the scene. We've seen reduction cuts all across this country. In Cleveland 11 years ago, we had 1,048 firefighters. As of today, when I'm standing here, we have 783. Every one of us has seen a reduction. So this video is I've been very, very, very fortunate to be very involved at Underwriters Laboratory. It's 5 hours from my house. I could get in my car and 5 hours later be walking into the laboratory. So they started looking at this phenomenon. Is the furniture performing differently? And if you look up at the screen, I know it's not the best picture in the world, but on the left, you have our legacy room. And the industry will tell you the average service or lifetime use of this furniture was about 45 years. All solid wood framing, cotton batting, natural fiber upholster. If it wore out, what'd you do? You took it to a reupholster. You got it reupholstered. On the right, I mean, the only thing that's missing in there, as Steve Kerber will tell us, is the plastic covering that Grandma used to put on that furniture. On the right, you have what I'll term disposable furniture. Industry tells us that the average life expectancy use of this furniture is 16 years. So if you think about it, disposable furniture, when you remodel your front room, 8 years later you want to do it again, you can go right up to the corner at the furniture store at Value City, 3 years same as cash, so it's like free, and just replace the furniture. When you're done with it, you toss it. There's no reupholstering this furniture. It's pressed board structures. So if you start to look at it, the flame started by a candle in the right corner. And if you look at the film now, on the left, the legacy, you start to see some flaming. But if you look at the right, I know it's very difficult up there to see it, what can you see being produced on the right? And this is going to be a little interactive because I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. So don't hesitate to jump out. You start to see a lot of smoke being produced. And what is smoke? It's a fuel. Exactly. And you think about today's open floor plans on the first floor. We have that wide open floor plan. We have the open stairway to the second floor where we have our kids in the sleeping quarters, the sleeping rooms. So is smoke alarm activation important? Are residential sprinklers important here? Because if you look on the left, that's easily contained with a pump can. We're 2 minutes into this. And what I want to ask you is, traditionally in the fire service, what we taught was that fire grows, doubles in size every minute? That was the rough gauge or rule of thumb. So keep that in mind. What you're seeing here at the 2:15 mark, I'm going to ask you that same question at 3:15. Because on the left, you still have a very controllable fire with a pump can. On the right, you see the amount of smoke that's being produced. You see that thermal layer still being established. We're 2.5 minutes into this. Are we on the scene yet? Are we even notified yet? If there are sleeping occupants, are they notified yet? And this is where we get into the occupant egress time. The contaminants here, the smoke, almost reminds me of a car fire. If you look at that deep black smoke and how much it's being produced. If you look at the video here in about 10 seconds, you're going to see that off-gassing in the carpeting and the furniture. And if that carpeting and furniture is off-gassing, what is it doing? It's preheating. And that's an indication of what? Imminent flashover. And if you start to look at the top of that room, you start to see some flicks of flame coming out of that smoke right about now. 1 minute ago, we were confined to 2 cushions. Did that fire only double in size in that minute? And that's what we have to ask ourselves. Does that have an impact of you as you respond? The size of the fire you're now dealing with, the hand line you're going to choose, the type of nozzle you're going to choose. How many hand lines do you have? How many hand lines can you deploy? What about life safety? It starts to make your decision making much more rapid. And you start to be concerned about that. Now you have to keep in mind, this building at Underwriters Laboratory is a fantastic building. It's 120 feet by 120 feet by 65 feet high. And in fact, when we did some ventilation studies, he had a 3,400, 2.5-story colonial built inside this building, and right next to it, a 1,700 square foot ranch. So it's quite a large sized building. It gives us a lot of flexibility to do some things. And they're doing some fantastic things at UL. Steve Kerber, Bob Backstrom, and Jimmy Dalton. On the left, that's still confined. You could use a pump can and still bring that under control. More importantly, that occupant has a tenable atmosphere to get out of there. Now, I talked about the size of the building because that fire on the left is not darkening down. It's the fire on the right has created so much smoke that that building that's 120 feet by 120 feet by 65 feet high banked down to almost the floor. It obscured the lighting system. So you see that the legacy furniture will indeed flash over, but it takes a longer period of time. This also has concerns of you have diminished time of egress for that occupant. That means our members have to go in. Can they go in without the protection of a hose line in that furniture on the right? That's an open-ended question. Those are things that we have to consider. Is this having an impact on our work environment? And you sit there and go, okay, I see the modern fire environment, but what does that mean about the codes? Well, if we're going to talk about our work environment, what is our work environment? We have to establish that first. What is the fire services work environment? If I asked you, hey, I want to improve your work environment, what's the first thing you're going to say? Well, I'd like a big screen TV in the TV room. That would look nice. Exhaust systems on the apparatus floor, that would be nice. Oh, and the separation of turnout gear from the living quarters so we don't have the contaminants. All three very valuable, especially the big screen TV. All valuable, but that's our station house. That station house is your staging area. You look at the definition of staging area. It's where you go and you accumulate your supplies, you amass your resources, and prepare yourself to deploy. When you deploy and use your resources, use your talents, use your knowledge, that's your work environment. That area of operations, that's your work environment. And what controls that work environment? Well, it's the building codes. Some people would say, well, why should we be involved with building codes? Fire codes, sure, I can see fire codes because we're firefighters. The fire code is a maintenance code. And we're the end users of it. If you look at it, the building code is what establishes how that building is going to be designed and how it's going to be built. Yeah, there are fire protection features within the fire code, but mainly it's a maintenance code. So if we want to be involved in how that building is designed and built, we have to be involved in the building code. And we have a responsibility to ensure it. If we want to ensure a safer work environment for our members, then we have to be involved in it and in the process. And there's two sets of processes. There's the International Code Council, which has a family of 14 different codes, anywhere from the green code to the fuel gas code. There's NFPA. They have their building code, 5,000, their fire code, 1, and their life safety code, 101, which is very involved in the healthcare industry. But the other thing, if you want to say, I'll just take this aside, if you don't want to be involved with the building or fire code, there are over 300 standards published by NFPA. Many of them address issues within the fire service. You can be involved on an NFPA standards technical committee and not have a lot of time commitment or financial commitment and still be involved in establishing safety for yourself and your brother and sister firefighters. And you may ask, well, is it important? Well, if you start to look at all the things that are impacted by building codes, you'll see that they're all interactive. You can't take something away from the height limits without impacting egress. And in turn, you can't take anything away from ventilation without impacting the building materials. So that's where we get into a lot of trouble sometimes. People want to change one item and forget about changing another. And then we're stuck with the end result, because we're stuck with how this building is going to perform under the most stressful situations. And that's when we need it to perform its best. Now, some cities, like Cleveland, try to address their budget concerns in various ways. And this is a sample of one city's attempt to address their budget cuts.
20 pounds! 20 pounds on my left! 30 pounds! 20 on my right! 50 pounds! 50! 70! 90! 90! 200 pounds! Anyone else? Going, go! $210!
You can't fit the budget gap very long with that approach. But the thing to keep in mind is if a fire gets to that point where the building's that compromised, where the occupants can't affect the egress, something's been compromised. There's been a failure. We shouldn't have to rely on the fire department putting sticks up to get people out of these upper stories. But that's the impact that we're seeing in many areas. We're starting to reduce the egress corridors or the protection that's involved. And now, I'm going to ask you a question because this video, again, I'm sorry it's a little hard to see here, but this is a full-scale test done with Underwriters Laboratory and the National Institute of Standards and Technology. And actually, Steve Kerber, the lead engineer on this, this was done at Delaware County, right outside of Philadelphia, and Steve's dad is the superintendent of the emergency facility there. But we've always been told by the building industry and the wood industry that we are comfortable as firefighters operating in dimensional lumber. So this is 2x12, it's sped up, and I'm gonna ask you, 22 years ago when I came out of our fire academy, I had that senior guy that walked me around and taught me and did a great job mentoring me. And we've done a great job of mentoring and coaching. But he taught me after his 27 years of experience. And then my 22 years of experience, so 49 years of knowledge. Is it still applicable to what we're teaching today? And that's the challenge, to take research and integrate it into that coaching and mentoring. So they tell us 2x12 construction's okay. 22 years ago, I used to walk across burned out rafters doing my overhaul. And as we start to watch this video, we see this is simply started from ignition. It's a townhouse that's simulating a basement fire. And we're very early into it. If I ask you, how long do you think the 2x12 floor will last until it collapses? There's no right or wrong answer. 15 minutes? 10. You've seen this video before, haven't you? So we were taking bets. It's got to last 20, 30 minutes, right? Because as Pete Van Dorp from Chicago says, we want our 30 minutes of operational time left. We want it back because we were used to 30 minutes of operational time in dimensional lumber. And that's why we got to protect lightweight construction, because we need this 30 minutes. So if we start to watch this fire grow from ignition and it's sped up, and we've already lost 2 cameras in it, so we know it's an intense fire. It's simulating a couch and a chair in a basement. Fully ventilated, yes. But as we go into this, are we going to get that 30 minutes? Are we going to get our 30 minutes of operational time left? 11 minutes and 9 seconds. 11 minutes and 9 seconds. Industry will tell us that wood doesn't burn any differently. Yet the Southern Building or the Southern Pine industry released a report this year that says they're reducing the reliability factor by 30%. And they're not sure of the date that that should be effective, because the last testing was 30 years ago. So now why they won't come out and say it, because of legal obligations, do we have buildings that are under-designed by 30%? And they'll tell us, well, we don't think there are any dangers of a building spontaneously catastrophic collapsing right now. But if it's impacted by fire, all bets are off. Well, when do we experience this building? When it's impacted by fire. And that's the key. That is our work environment. And here are some of the collapse tests. And you can go on UL's website. It's a wealth of information. I'll tell you right now, ul.com/fire service. Steve, Bob, and Jimmy have done, and the whole staff have done a fantastic job. They've put all these reports online, and many of them have PowerPoint materials that are integrated right into it. In Cleveland, we require quarterly Con Ed online, and we've done in a number of cases on the horizontal ventilation, and also the study of lightweight is actually connected with the quarterly Con Ed. Put the link on our website, go to it, then we create a test material to gauge whether our members are successfully completing the process. I urge you to take advantage of it. There are studies on the impact of smoke particulates on firefighter health, all the way to upholstered furniture performance. So if you start to see the performance time, because you measured the time where the fire got to the floor system and then to the time it collapsed, with 2x12 construction, that performance time was only 7 minutes and 11 seconds. You really want to get nervous? Truss construction, metal plated truss construction, parallel cord, performance time of 1 minute and 58 seconds. That's what we're dealing with. And is it the gusset plates problem? Problem is wood is combustible, and we're dealing with the combustible system underneath us or above us. We know residential sprinklers are a hot topic. We know it's a very valuable tool to protect firefighters and the occupants. But the codes aren't about just one issue. The codes are about multiple issues because it has a synergistic effect on the performance of that building. And that's why it's important that we get involved with it. And if we look at it, we all have challenges. We have budget cuts. I mentioned Cleveland, 1,048 firefighters down to 783. Reduction of companies. There's a longer response time now for those backup companies to get there. I know a lot of volunteer organizations have a real challenge to get people out and be involved. The numbers aren't there like they used to be. So when you don't have the numbers there, then there's a reduced response. And you still must operate. You still do operate, especially when there's life safety involved, because that's our job, right? That's our responsibility. That's the oath that we take. And politicians know that. Politicians know that they can cut our services and they can reduce funds to the fire service, and that regardless of how much they cut us and how much we complain or debate the issue at the kitchen table, when that phone rings, we're going. And we're going to do whatever we have to do to bring that situation to a close. And that's how they can go after the fire service. They don't understand. They really don't. They don't understand what it's like to crawl down a dark hallway and feel the heat building up and not finding the source, and hoping that you get your rear end out of there intact, because you want to go home in the morning to your family. And what we have to keep in mind that this is our work environment. We have to understand how our work environment operates and reacts to our tactics and our choices. The station house is only our staging area. And we need to take ownership. That's the goal of our program. That's the goal of getting the information out there, is to get the fire service to take ownership of our work environment. Because we cannot rely on industry to do it for us. We cannot rely on politicians to do it for us. There may be some debate whether politicians have a responsibility or not to do that, but industry certainly doesn't. I don't think industry is out there intentionally creating situations that are putting us in harm's way. They just don't understand what we need, how we operate, and how our work environment operates. You have to remember, industry does all their testing. That's how what their understanding of fire performance is, or fire behavior. That testing is done for the most part in a vacuum, in a very controlled atmosphere. So they don't have a true understanding for when you respond and everything's going to hell, and now you're just trying to make some sense of it and trying to find some direction and hoping that that building operates or stands up while you're operating inside. And we have the ultimate responsibility to protect our own. You don't necessarily have to be involved at the national level. In Cleveland, we had an episode, we had an incident where we lost a firefighter in an electrical supply warehouse. About 20 years later, we had the new owner of this electrical supply warehouse came to the fire marshal, wanted a variance. He wanted an easement for a windowless story. So he didn't want to protect this. He didn't want to put the sprinkler system in. It's going to cost him too much money. And the fire marshal called the union office and he said, guys, I need some help. We have a hearing tomorrow in front of the zoning board, and this guy's going to get this variance. He's going to get it because they always side with the building owner. So we need some bodies there. I don't need you to talk. I just need you there. So we had about 35, 40 guys show up, all with just T-shirts on, all standing at the back of the room. Didn't have to say a word. And Mark Scott, our fire marshal, spoke at the table and he talked about this. This is the importance of sprinklering it, the importance of protection, and he ended it and he said, we've lost one brother in this building. We will not lose another. That building owner didn't have a chance. Every member of that zoning board looked up and there were 35, 40 firefighters standing there just looking, just watching their decision, taking ownership of their local response area. And that building owner threatened to leave, but he's still operating in that facility at the same site. Because at the end of the day, our goal is that we put no more names on our memorial. And that takes us being active. It takes us taking ownership of our work environment. And I encourage you to do that. Take ownership of your work environment. Learn about the fire behavior. Learn about the performance of that building. And then get involved and ensure that that building operates and performs as designed. And you can do that. Thank you.
Chief, thank you for a very informative presentation. Certainly very key to our safety event that we just talked about with the award there. We certainly would like to have you leave with a few gifts of our appreciation. Begin with a resolution, expression of thanks on behalf of the members of the Maryland State Firemen's Association for you coming down today. Bill Bernard's picking up his barbell, that's what he says. And to make you an official part of our convention, we certainly give you one of our delegate bags, as well as a convention mug for you. Remember your trip out here. We certainly thank you. Thank you for coming out today and giving us this information.
It's an honor.
For the cameraman. Cameraman's gone.
Thank you.
Okay, back to our awards presentation. Certainly a pleasure at this time to call Johnny Roth, Chairman of the MSFA Training Committee, for the presentation of the Zimbauer Training Trophy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bring greetings from the MSFA Training Committee. Joining me this morning from the Training Committee, Larry Preston, Dan Stevens, and Tim Dayton, and our distinguished guest, of course, Peggy Zimbauer. President Lewis, officers and delegates and guests of the 120th Annual Convention and Conference, our full Training Committee report can be found on pages 101 and 103 of the annual convention program. Each year, the MSFA Training Committee recognizes 3 member companies that have the highest average number of formal training hours per active member. Last year, the committee updated the training list of hours since they had increased over time, and also increased in the number of training classes eligible, so there's a lot more classes out there. Unfortunately, this year's entrants have not increased, but in fact have decreased. But we'll be looking for solutions to be addressed at our next training committee. Before we announce this year's recipients of the training awards and the Zimbauer Award, I'd like to recognize last year's Zimbauer recipient to the stage to receive their station plaque, and remain on stage if you would. Would a representative from the Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad, Montgomery County, come forward? Last year, the Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad from Montgomery County, Maryland, documented 167 active members who logged a total of 16,916 training hours with an average of 101.29 hours per student. Presenting the station's permanent Zimbauer plaque for 2011 is Miss Peggy Zimbauer. Congratulations, PCC. As I announce this year's recipients, if a representative can come forward to the stage and receive this award, remain on stage afterwards. This year's second runner-up is the Cabin John Park Volunteer Fire Department. The Cabin John Park Volunteer Fire Department comes again from Montgomery County, Maryland, and documented 97 active members who logged 3,598 training hours with an average of 37.0 hours per student. Congratulations to Cabin John. This year's first runner-up is the Bethesda Chevy Chase Rescue Squad. The BCC Rescue Squad, also again from Montgomery County, Maryland, documented this year 260 active members who logged 13,738 training hours with an average of 47.5 hours per student. Congratulations to the BCC Rescue Squad. And this year's recipient of the Zimbauer Training Award is no stranger to the stage and comes from Calvert County, St. Leonard Volunteer Fire and Rescue. St. Leonard, recipient of the Zimbauer Award for many years, comes this year documenting 56 members who logged 8,632.25 training hours with an average of 154.15 hours per student. Congratulations, St. Leonard Volunteer Fire Department. Now, St. Leonard will keep this trophy to their station for 1 year. Next year, when they come back, they'll receive a plaque to be kept at the station. They will surrender the trophy for whomever the next recipient of the Zimbauer Award will be. I'd like to add my congratulations to the member companies that participated this year, but I'd also like to challenge all the Maryland Fire and Rescue companies to begin keeping track of your members' training hours starting today, in order that next year your company can be recognized for all of your training hours and efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johnny. I'd like to also call to the podium Chief Mark Bayshore, who also has a special presentation in recognition of this award.
Thank you, Mr. President. Folks, Congressman Hoyer and Senator Miller both wanted to recognize the St. Leonard Volunteer Fire Department for this award. Unfortunately, neither of them were able to be here. They asked me to make the presentation. They're both in session. Big supporters of the Maryland Fire Service. Congratulations.
Thank you. Remaining with an attitude of training in mind, we'd like to now call to the podium Wayne Colburn for the presentation of the Francis L. Brannigan Instructor of the Year Award.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here again this morning to present the Francis L. Brannigan Instructor of the Year Award. I will read from the winner of this year's, which will be the 2011 year. It is a great privilege and pride that I submit the name of so-and-so for consideration for the Francis L. Brannigan Instructor of the Year. He currently serves as a field instructor in the Southern Maryland region and has been certified as an instructor since 1983. In this time, he has touched the careers of thousands of individuals across the state, and I would like to highlight just a few of his personal accomplishments. During the past year, he's been lead or support instructor in over 300 hours of direct delivery training, including Firefighter 1, Firefighter 2, Fire Officer 1, EMS Officer 1, Fire Inspector 1, and Fire Instructor 1. Plus rescue site operations, emergency vehicle operations, including safety officer and conducting live fire training. His course evaluations from his students are always outstanding and will significantly see a class that this instructor is teaching. In addition, he has served in many other positions, both in Maryland State Firemen's Association and other committees. He is now retired from his position with the federal government and has been a chief in his department just a few years ago. He has been able to dedicate his free time to addressing the training needs of emergency services across the state. On any given date, he would be fully active either as a training program or training-related meeting somewhere across the state. At this time, I would like to present the Instructor of the Year Award to Daniel T. Stevens, Waldorf Fire Company.
Thank you, Wayne. I certainly add my congratulations to Dan. After that award was written, Dan also took on the additional responsibility of becoming the interim regional coordinator at Southern Maryland, and certainly, as the folks from the Southern Maryland Center can attest, has done an outstanding job that I'm not sure that anyone else could have stood up to the challenges that he had down there. So certainly congratulate him on that well-deserved award. At this time, bring to the podium Dale Fishak, Chairman of the MSFA Scholarship Committee, for the Scholarship Awards.
Thank you, Dave. Again, this year we have quite a few scholarship awards to present. First, I want to call out the folks who support our scholarships and give us the funds to be able to award these kids the money to continue their education. First group that I would like to call out is the Shock Trauma Board of Visitors. We have Tara Carlson and Jamie Harrison representing that group. Next, we're supported by Delmarva Power and Pepco Power. Representative from Delmarva is John Pitto. From Pepco, we have Pete Peterson. We also have the MSFA Ladies Auxiliary that supports us with financial support for our students, and Peggy Zembauer is representing the ladies. And we have a couple individuals who contribute funds. They are Bill Olson, Elisa Olson, Ann Stamper, and Mrs. Heimer. Representing that group is Bill Olson. Bill would like to say a few words.
Good morning. My main purpose in speaking to you is to bring you greetings from Mrs. Josephine T. Heimer. She started supporting students under our program in 1985. Had the pleasure of seeing her last December, and she's doing very well. Led us Mary Chase with the walker, and she turned 100 on March 13th this year. So she's seen a lot in her 100 years. Thank you.
Now comes the important part. All the kids are waiting to see who's getting awards. We gave 7 awards this year, so we're going to have 7 recipients. The amount of money we gave out this year is $23,500. All those funds are made available from this group of individuals here, and also through the dues money that each member company pays. A portion of that goes to support the scholarships. So we'll get to the announcement of who is being our recipients. In no particular order, Ray Welker. Ray Welker is from New Windsor. He's a member of the New Windsor Fire Department. He's receiving support this year from the MSFA Delmarva Power, and Ann Stamper. If Ray's here, would he please come up? Next supported is Megan Cochran. Megan is from Bel Air, Maryland. Megan is a member of the Whiteford Volunteer Fire Company. She's attending UMBC. She's being supported this year from Shock Trauma Board of Visitors, the MSFA, and Ann Stamper. Next is Christine Galley. Christine is from Tall Timbers. She's attending UMBC. She's a member of the 2nd District and also our Budas Volunteer Fire Department. She is being supported by Shock Trauma Board of Visitors and the MSFA. I think Doug's just jealous. He's vertically challenged there. Next is Philip Smith. Philip is from Brinklow, Maryland. He's attending University of Maryland College Park. He's a member of the Sandy Spring Fire Department. He's being supported by the Ladies Auxiliary and Delmarva Power. Next is Kyle Frada. Kyle is from Baltimore, Maryland. Kyle is attending UMBC, a member of the White Marsh Volunteer Fire Company, being supported by Bill Olson and the MSFA. Is Kyle with us today? Next is Michael Miller. Michael Miller is from Taneytown, Maryland. Michael's attending UMBC. Michael's a member of the Pleasant Valley Volunteer Fire Company, being supported by Alicia Olson, Delmarva Power, and MSFA. And I do know Michael's not here today because he called and he's attending summer school and has 2 exams. He begged his instructor to get off today, but they wouldn't let him out. If he didn't take his exams today, he wasn't going to pass. So we're all about supporting them in their endeavors at school. So Michael sent his thank yous and apologies for not being able to attend. And the last recipient is Jessica Sala. Jessica is from Rockville, Maryland, attends UMBC, member of Sandy Spring, being supported by Mrs. Heimer, the Shock Trauma Board of Visitors, and the MSFA. I would personally like to thank all of our financial supporters here today. Without you, we would not be able to give these awards that we do, and students would not be able to continue their education without the great financial support. So thank you. Thank you to my committee members for all the hard work they put in, and we hope to see you back here with some more support next year. Thank you.
Brief announcement, members of the St. Leonard Fire Department, please report off stage there because they do need to get a photo with you with the Zimbauer trophy. Okay, thank you. At this time, we will have a presentation of the Family Appreciation Award that's presented by the MSFA Recruitment and Retention Committee and their chair, Chief Joe Chornock. Chief?
At this time, I'd like to call the members of the Recruitment and Retention Committee to please come forward. Oh, look, I got the stool to stand on. I was afraid I was going to have to start out by saying good evening. The Family Appreciation Program Award is to recognize the family of volunteer, fire, and EMS members whose family must sacrifice time with a member for the good of the community. This year we received about 8 nominees. The following people were nominated, and I would appreciate if each of you would come forward at this time. Mary Rowley from the Ridge Volunteer Fire Company. James Rowley from the Ridge Volunteer Fire Department also. From the Wiley family of the Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department, Richard A. Wiley, Tina M. Wiley, and R. Andrew Wiley. From the Northeast Fire Company, Otis Isaacs, Jr. From the Arbutus Volunteer Fire Department, Stephen R. Gower. From the Leonardtown Volunteer Fire Department, Dot Bell, well, let's just say the whole Dot Bell family. Dot Bell, T.W. Bell, Andy Bell, Gary Bell, Mark Bell, A.J. Bell, Chris Bell, and Brittany Bell. Did I miss any of the bells? From the Fallston Volunteer Fire Department and Ambulance Company, Christopher Gibbons. And from the Hacks Point Fire Company, Bobby Ann Sheldon. And the committee has selected from the Laurel Volunteer Fire Department, Charles Trey Kelso III as this year's recipient of the Family Appreciation Award. I would like to go ahead and read the nominee's letter from Patrick Dillon, the Vice Chair of the Board. The Laurel Volunteer Fire Department nominates Trey Kelso. Trey is married to Lisa Kelso. They've been married for 10 years, and they have a 4-year-old daughter. Trey sacrifices a significant amount of time to assist LVFD. Trey has been a member of the department for 12 plus years. Trey is currently the Deputy Chief. He also serves as the County Volunteer Safety Officer and assists with the Volunteer Battalion Chief program. All of this is being done while he's attending company meetings, events, conducting training, and attending classes or training to further his own knowledge base. He spends countless hours running the operations of this department. On the fire ground, Trey wears many hats, whether it's running as a chief officer, making up staffing, driving, riding as the bucket head, riding the ambulance. He ensures our apparatus gets out. Last year, Trey ran over 300 calls, providing overnight staffing on 127 nights. He also puts in many hours doing administrative tasks, county reports, newsletters, and helping members in various ways. Countless hours spending and responding to emails, addressing members' ideas and questions. The bottom line, he is a vital part of the LVFD family and team, and a great leader and asset to the department and the community. We believe he and his family are prime candidates for this award, and our committee agreed. Please come up, Trey Kelso. As the award for this, Trey and his family will receive 2 nights and a 3-day vacation here in Ocean City, Maryland, at the Howard Johnson Oceanfront Hotel with an oceanfront room and a private balcony to be used anytime during the next year at his convenience.
Thank you. It now gives me distinct pleasure to bring up Bobby Collins and the members of the Fire Prevention Committee for the Fire Prevention Awards.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, officers, past presidents, delegates, and guests. We're going to give out some awards here tonight, this evening, well, this morning. And first I want to introduce my committee that's here today. And some of them's not up here, but some of them's out in the audience. It's Tom Collins, he's Chair Emeritus. He's here with us upstage. Ed Thurston, Donald Ford, Cindy Wright Johnson, John Spiker, Jim Jarbo, Emmett Horner, Teresa Chrisman, and Vice Chair Melissa Gould. First, I want to congratulate Amanda Soper and MC Richard Brooks for the outstanding job they did Sunday on fire prevention, Miss Fire Prevention Contest. Congratulations to Stacy Jarrett. She's Miss Fire Prevention MSFA this year, and she's from Carroll County. And also first runner-up, Solveig Peterson of Montgomery County. They're going to be here today handing out awards as they come up. We have some displays out in the hall, wristwatch. Stop by there if you can. It's any age, anywhere from infants on up to elder people. A lot of material out there, a lot of good material. And I'll stop by there. Wristwatch is a part of our subcommittee, and it's headed up by Teresa Chrisman and Cindy Wright Johnson and Marie Warner. And they do an excellent job. They really work good with our committee. Also, we have a fire safety trailer down in front of the convention center when you come in. If you get a chance, stop by there. It's not only on fires and life safety, it's on hurricanes and tornadoes. It's a pretty good trailer. Ken Island brought that over for display this week during our convention. Floats. Floats will be judged down at the inlet. When your apparatus comes down and lines up at the inlet, floats, the fire prevention floats will be judged down there also. They will not be judged in front of the convention hall like they have been done in the past. They said it was a little hard to get back to their company, so the fire marshal's office is going to go down and judge them at the inlet. So be there. They're going to be judged at 11 o'clock. Be there and have them set up. Be checked on and looked at by the Fire Marshal's Office. We also have a Maryland State Fire Prevention Commission here today, and they'll be handing out a certificate also, and that chair of that is Tim Dayton. Also on that committee is Richard Yenger and Danny Davis. And they're up here. And Tim, you want to say anything? Introduce the rest of your committee.
Good morning. We have Commissioner Geraci with us and also Commissioner Lepore with us, along with Commissioners Danny Davis and Richard Yenger. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
They will be handing out certificates also to the winners. So we're going to start out with the awards, and we're going to go by the class, starting with the year-round projects. And just bear with us because there were 20 entries, but some of the entries had quite a few, and it's going to take them a while to get up here. Class 1 year-round project, Ridge Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. We also have sponsors that sponsors these awards, and that was sponsored by Bay District Volunteer Fire Department in memory of all their deceased members. Is Ridge coming up? Okay. Class 2 year-round project goes to Cobb Island Volunteer Fire Department Rescue Squad Incorporated. That was sponsored by Jessup Volunteer Fire Department and EMS Incorporated in memory of Chief John Olexi. Class 3, we had 5 entries in that. Indian Head Volunteer Fire Department Rescue Squad Incorporated. If you would start up, everybody gets a certificate. If you would start up, 7th District Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Jefferson Volunteer Fire Company Incorporated. And Gamber Community Fire Company Incorporated, and Citizens Volunteer Fire Company. The winner of that Class 3 goes to Indian Head Volunteer Fire Department Rescue Squad Incorporated. That was sponsored by Les Hansen in memory of Denise Hansen, his wife. Denise used to be a member of this committee, and she did an outstanding job. I want to tell you what she used to do. She used to go to Walmart and some of these stores down in St. Mary's County, and if she's seen matches or stuff like that for sale, flammable stuff down on the lower shelf, she would go to the management and have them move it, and they better move it because in the next day or two, she's coming back and make sure they were moved, so to keep out of reach of children. That's the way she was. Also, exits, if they had supplies or something in front of exits, she would tell the manager, better get rid of it, or she'll call the fire marshal on them. They did it, but Denise did an outstanding job when she was on our committee. Class 4 project was Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. They were the only entrants in that one. That was sponsored by Les Hansen also in memory of Thomas Gant Dorsey. We want to thank all the sponsors. They're the ones that will write a check, and we give these awards out in memory of someone that, or just a couple sponsors don't have no memories, and they just want to sponsor something. It worked out good. Class 5, we had 5 entries in that. Class 5, Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Bay District Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Mechanicsville Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. And La Plata Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. The winner of that class was Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. That was sponsored by Tom and Flo Collins in memory of William G. Collins. Class 6, we had no entries in the year-round project. Class 7, Carroll County Volunteer Emergency Services Association. Carroll County. Somebody from Carroll County coming up? That was sponsored by Tom and Flo Collins also, in memory of their son, Stephen J. Collins. Our next category is single project category, and that goes just a special project. They might do a one-time month. It could be Christmas time, it could be Fire Prevention Week, but it's a one category that they could enter. We had a Class 1 single project. Is a combination. 3 companies go together and put this on in each one of their first due areas. And that goes to Belle Alton, Cobb Island, and Newburgh. Volunteer fire companies. I believe some of them's already up here, and the other ones could come up too. And that was sponsored by C. Oscar Baker in memory of Arthur R. Lohman. John Henry. In Class 2, single projects, there was no entries. Class 3, we had 2 entries. Potomac Fire Company Number 2, Incorporated, and Indian Head Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad, Incorporated. Class 4, special projects. Some company puts in two one-year round category and also a single project. They enter 2 times on 2 different categories. Class 4 goes to Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. And that was sponsored by Abington Fire Company Incorporated. Class 5, single projects, Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department and La Plata Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Okay. The winner of Class 5 was La Plata Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated, and that was sponsored by Lansdowne Volunteer Fire Association Number 1 Incorporated. On Class 3 of this special project, the winner of that category was Potomac Fire Company Number 2, and the sponsor of that was Janet Piper in memory of James A. Kimball. Our next category handouts here is we give $50 for 10th place up to 5, and then 4th place is 75, 3rd place is 75, 2nd place is 100, and 1st place is 200. So we're going to start out at 10th place. $50 winner goes to Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department. Ninth place, $50 goes to Potomac Fire Company Number 2. 8th place, $50 winner goes to La Plata Volunteer Fire Department. 7th place, $50 winner goes to Mechanicsville Volunteer Fire Department. 6th place for $50 goes to Indian Head Volunteer Fire Department Rescue Squad Incorporated. 5th place for $50 goes to Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. 4th place, again, some of these companies won twice because they put a year-end project, and for the single project also, they could win 2 times in the category. So 4th place for $75 goes to Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department. 3rd place for $75 goes to Bay District Volunteer Fire Department. 2nd place for $100 goes to Ridge Volunteer Fire Department. And 1st place, overall winners for $200 goes to Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department Incorporated. Who's that? Your Ridge just came up. You get a picture of them. Did you get a picture of Ridge? Make sure when you leave here tonight, today, when you leave the building, pick up your fire prevention books and take with you, and it'll be good. Also, I'd like to thank the State Fire Marshal's Office for judging these books. We have nothing to do with it. The State Fire Marshal's Office takes care of that. Bruce Bouch, he handles that pretty good. He also is going to judge the floats down there at the inlet. Bruce comes to our committee meetings the last couple of years. He's been an outstanding asset to our committee, and I hope it continues on because he's doing a good job. He's going to be handing out some checks here in a minute. He's Deputy Fire Marshal for the state. Also, I'd like to thank Bill Bernard. He's done an outstanding job. He comes to almost every one of our committee meetings, him and Bruce both. Give us a lot of input, causes of death, causes of fires, what's going on. He's done an outstanding job. When I came on this committee several years ago, it stayed up until 2 years ago. The number one cause of fires, was always kitchen fire. It still is today. But thanks to the Fire Marshal Office and the State Association, they stepped up and they got this cigarette that's supposed to go out. That was number one cause of fire deaths was smoking. And now, in the last 2 years, I believe, it's changed to electrical fires. Smoking is not no more the number one cause. Done an outstanding job and we move forward. I'd like to introduce Deputy Marshal Bruce Bouts, State Fire Marshal. He's going to be handing out the grant awards, which is $500 each company, and Bruce will be presenting those. Bruce.
Let me start with reminding everyone that a busy fire company is a community in trouble. That is, unless your company is involved with providing excellent fire and life safety programs in your community. Good morning, members of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. For those of you who do not know me, I'm Deputy State Fire Marshal Bruce Bouch. I'm the Director of Public Education and Media Affairs for the Office of the State Fire Marshal. One of the many outstanding tasks I have is to chair the Public Fire and Life Safety Education Grant Program. The MSFA, in partnership with the OSFM, established this program to provide funding assistance in the form of monies made available for the purchase of fire prevention and publications and supplies for the development, continuation, and enhancement of local public fire and life safety education efforts. It is well recognized that effective life safety programs are one of the best ways to protect citizens and firefighters from injury and death caused by fire or other traumatic incidents. Today I stand before you to call forward representatives of 79 departments receiving $500 grants from the aforementioned program, totaling $39,500. These departments recognize the need for extra funds to enhance their ability to serve their community. I encourage all member companies or departments to apply for these grants because I personally enjoy giving away MSFA's money. And now, without further ado, I will call out the companies receiving grants today. I ask that one representative come up on stage and remain on stage for a group photo. We'll begin with Arbutus Volunteer Fire Department. What? Beltsville Volunteer Fire Department. Branchville Volunteer Fire Company. Capitol Heights Volunteer Fire Department. Chestertown Volunteer Fire Company. Citizens Volunteer Fire Company. Cobb Island Fire and EMS. Crumpton Volunteer Fire Department, Funkstown Volunteer Fire Company, Midland Volunteer Fire Company, Ellicott City Volunteer Fire Association, Friendsville Volunteer Fire Rescue Department, Gamburn Community Volunteer Fire Company, Glen Burnie Volunteer Fire Department, Glendale Fire Association, Goodwill Volunteer Fire Company, Greenbelt Volunteer Fire Department, Hacks Point Volunteer Fire Company, Harold Harbor Volunteer Fire Department, Hollywood Volunteer Fire Department, Huntington Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department, Hurlock Volunteer Fire Company, Joppa Magnolia Volunteer Fire Company, Kennedyville Volunteer Fire Company. And if we get a little too bound up here, we can always stop off stage afterwards and present checks. Bay District Volunteer Fire Department, Hebron Volunteer Fire Department, Kitzmiller Volunteer Fire Department, La Plata Volunteer Fire Department, Lake Shore Volunteer Fire Company, Leonardtown Volunteer Fire and Rescue, Level Volunteer Fire Company, Long Green Volunteer Fire Company, Maryland Line Volunteer Fire Company, Mount Airy Volunteer Fire Company, Ocean City Volunteer Fire Company, Odenton Volunteer Fire Company, Orleans Volunteer Fire Department, Parsonsburg Volunteer Fire Company, also Prince George's Fire Department and EMS, Pikesville Volunteer Fire Company, Pioneer Hook and Ladder Company, Potomac Fire Company number 2, Potomac Heights Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad, Riviera Beach Volunteer Fire Company, Rock Hall Volunteer Fire Company, Salisbury Stations number 1, 16, and 2, Seat Pleasant Volunteer Fire Company, Smithsburg Community Volunteer Fire Company, Tacoma Park Volunteer Fire Department, Halfway Volunteer Fire Company, United Communities Volunteer Fire Department, Silver Spring Volunteer Fire Department, Waldorf Volunteer Fire Department number 12 and number 3, Westminster Fire Engine and Hose, Winfield Community Volunteer Fire Department, Laytonsville District Volunteer Fire Department, Jessup Volunteer Fire Department, Junior Volunteer Company number 2, Dunkirk Volunteer Fire Department, Deal Volunteer Fire and Rescue Department, Community Fire Company of Rising Sun, Anne Arundel County Fire Department, 7th District Volunteer Fire Department, Clinton Volunteer Fire Department, Hereford Volunteer Fire Company, Community Fire Company of Perryville, Annapolis Fire Department, Hancock Fire Company, Baltimore Pike Volunteer Fire Company, Bowling Green Volunteer Fire Department, Kent Island Volunteer Fire Department, Abington Fire Company, Ridge Volunteer Fire Department, Leonardtown Volunteer Fire Department, Chesapeake City Volunteer Fire Company, and last but not least, Goodwill Volunteer Fire Department of Lonacone. While we're getting everyone lined up here, I'll take this moment and remind you of a couple things. We have the Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference, which is scheduled for September 26th. It's a Wednesday this year. Lots of good information. If you don't have it, you need to get on board with that. Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference, September 26th. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform the audience of the Fire and Burn Safety Coalition of Maryland's enhanced program for assisting Marylanders who are deaf or hard of hearing. The program has added Safe Awake alerting devices, which have a tactile function, which is a bed or pillow shaker function. You want to go to www.fabscom.com, or .org, I'm sorry, fabscom.org, to learn of the advantage of these devices and to obtain applications for your community members in need of these life-saving devices. You may also seek out Debbie Gartrell of Winfield Volunteer Fire Department or myself for more details. Just so happens, I have some applications on hand. I told you. Well, I do personally thank each and every one of you for helping make this program successful. And I do invite all those companies that have not been able to stand up here today to apply next year, because I do want to give away more money. I think so.
Come on, snap it. We'll now have the presentation of the Silver Spring Trophy for fire prevention.
Good morning. I'm Burton Brenner of the Silver Spring Volunteer Fire Department, and I'm here to present the Silver Spring Trophy for Excellence in Fire Prevention for the year 2012. Presidents, officers, delegates, distinguished guests, firefighters, emergency medical personnel, everyone from their respective fire companies and rescue squads across this great state of Maryland, the President, the Board of Trustees, the Fire Chief of the Silver Spring Fire Department, and its members welcomes you to the 120th Annual Maryland State Convention. Again, I have the honor of addressing this convention, recognizing the men and women as firefighters, EMTs, paramedics, and auxiliary members who stand tall in our service to the citizens of our great state of Maryland. The Silver Spring Trophy for Fire Prevention Excellence was born from the efforts of those who have come before us, some still here to guide us, and those who have gone from our physical midst and yet are remembered today for their contribution to fire prevention over the years. It recognizes the highest achievement in the field of fire prevention, as judged by one's peers. The trophy symbolizes what we strive to do in the field of fire prevention in every community in our state. It also singles out an outstanding member of a fire department or rescue squad who deserves individual recognition for efforts in the year 2011 in fire prevention excellence. We recognize these efforts and fresh, new, innovative ideas which bring credit to the fire service, respect to the fire company, and give honor to our state association. For excellence in the field of fire prevention for the year 2011, it gives me great pleasure to present to this convention the winner of the Silver Spring Trophy for Fire Prevention Excellence. From Carroll County, Debbie Gartrell of the Winfield Volunteer Fire Company. Special thanks to the Fire Prevention Committee and the Maryland State Fire Marshal's Office and his staff and committee for selecting the winner of past and today's fire prevention winners. Thank you all for your kind attention this morning. Have a great convention, and let's have some innovative contributions to the fire prevention program for 2012. Aside from this, just a quick comment. There were several applications for this award which were presented to the committees, but they were not anywhere near complete. So I'd strongly urge that you check the rules and regulations as they refer to the fire prevention rules so that next year you'll have a shot at a winner for your department. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Before we leave the topic of fire prevention, could I have Chairman Bobby Collins come out to the podium, please? Bobby, I want to thank you for being here. Thank you for your service. You served faithfully and continuously on the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee since 1986, when you were first appointed by past President Clarence Carpenter. And certainly earlier this year, actually last year, Bobby came to me and says, I want to give up the chairmanship. It's time for somebody else to take over. And I said, Bobby, I need you. I'm putting the team together, and I need your support, at least for one more year, and Bobby agreed. So although he's given it up after this year, and we got a new chairman that'll be appointed on Thursday, I certainly want to take some time to recognize your contributions for the last 26 years as member and chairman of the Life Safety and Fire Prevention Committee, and with thanks with my appreciation when I present you with this small token. Don't go away. Fire Marshal Bill Bernard has a little something to add to that.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bobby, under your leadership for a number of years, the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee has made great progress. And everybody in this room benefits, and everybody out there, the citizenry, benefit. Gives me great pleasure to represent our governor today. And I have a governor's citation for you. Robert E. Collins, be it known on behalf of the citizens of this state, in recognition of your hard work and dedication that you have demonstrated during your 25 years of service to the Fire and Injury Prevention and Life Safety Committee of the Maryland State Firemen's Association, in honor of your untiring efforts to help protect our citizens, during which you have set the standard for others to follow, and as an expression of our great gratitude, great respect, and sincere best wishes for continued success, we are pleased to confer upon you this governor's citation, the 9th day of June, 2012, signed Martin O'Malley, Governor. Congratulations, Bobby.
Don't go away. I'm not done with you. Bobby, as I mentioned, you've served faithfully on the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee since 1986, when appointed by Clarence Carpenter. For the first 10 years on the committee, you served on several occasions as vice chairman, and even held the position of chairman for 1 year. That would change in 1997, when you were appointed as chairman by past President Steve Cox, and you've continuously held that position since that time. It's with utmost certainty that much has changed in the field of fire prevention in the span of 26 years that Bobby has led the MSFA statewide program to promote fire prevention and life safety. Bobby has successfully modified the goals of the MSFA program to take advantage of new technologies and promotional opportunities. As I said, Bobby came to me earlier this year and expressed his desire to give up the chairmanship of the committee and requested that we begin the search for a new chairman. On Thursday, a new chairman will be appointed, but certainly will have big shoes to fill. Bobby, certainly a pleasure for me, and with the approval of the Executive Committee, that I bestow upon you the title of Chairman Emeritus of the MSFA Fire Prevention Committee in recognition of your outstanding service to the Maryland State Firemen's Association. This title now gives you a permanent seat at the table at all future meetings, so we're not going to let you go away that easy. Bobby? one more piece. I understand it's been a little bit of an issue with the bullion that you did wear. You always wanted one of the newer ones, and somebody wouldn't give you one. So now you have one because you have a new title. So it's certainly my pleasure to give you the badge to be worn on your suit jacket, again, with the title of Chairman Emeritus of the Fire Prevention and Life Safety Committee.
The committee's the one that did a lot of work, I want to tell you. It's not just me. I couldn't do it without myself, by myself. The committee did everything. And my wife came here today. She did a lot, too, behind the doors, because I'm not on a computer whiz. But I want to thank you all. Thank you all, and it's been great. I met a lot of friends throughout the state while I was doing this position, and it's been a good way for me. Thank you all very much.
Certainly now my pleasure to introduce Danny Davis and Richard Yinger, Chairman, Co-Chairman of the MSFA Legislative Committee for the Legislative Award.
Thank you, President Lewis. I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so we'll keep this short and sweet. My report is in the program book. Just give you a quick update. The report in the book was given, the $200,000 that the MSFA usually receives through state appropriations had not been approved because of failures in the budget, but during the special session, our $200,000 was approved, so we do have $200,000 this year. Joining me on stage for the presentation of the award is President of Hartford Cecil, Joe Price, and Vice President Robin Hahn. Richard, you want? The first recipient is no stranger to the fire service. He works continuously up here during the convention. He has been a big supporter of fire prevention and fire safety in the state. He was a tremendous driving force in the passage of the sprinkler bill this past year. Bill Bernard, would you please come forward for Legislator of the Year award? Surprise, surprise. Our second award winner for this year is a senator. He was one of the sponsors of the bill. And on the Senate side, he had to defend the bill when it came up on the floor for votes second reader and third reader. He did a tremendous job. His door has always been open for us. He's, in fact, he's my senator. So Senator Roy Dyson, come forward for your presentation of Senator Amos Award. And lastly, certainly not least, is the sponsor of the bill that was presented on the House side. And I guess we had to go Senate first because it's protocol. But Delegate Malone, he was a co-sponsor. He was a sponsor of the bill. He did a lot of legwork to get it through the House. He has been our avid supporter up there. He is vice chairman of the Fire Caucus. So Jimmy, would you please come forward for your presentation? That concludes our presentation for the Senator Amos Award. I would just like to add a personal note. After 9 years of serving as chairman of the Legislative Committee, I've decided it's time to take a break. I have a new grandson that I'm going to be spoiling, which I've already started. I have enjoyed working with the legislators in Annapolis. It has been a fun ride. It's been a long ride, sometimes difficult, sometimes funny. But again, thank you all. And when you people call and write to your delegates or senators when we ask you to, that means a whole lot. It means a lot more than our visits to them. So when you're asked to call or write to your delegates or senators, please do so. Thank you and enjoy the rest of the convention.
I have a couple of Senate resolutions to read, but before I begin, I want to thank you for the Legislator of the Year award, because it comes from you, and I'm so proud of you and so proud of what you do. That makes it all the more special to me, so thank you very, very much. Now, if Danny Davis and Richard Yinger would come up here. Dan, come on up. You know, you usually don't have to tell firemen what to do. But these are official citations, and as I just said, it's in celebration of your outstanding service and dedication for many years to the Maryland State Firemen's Association, and they both say the same. They're to be presented on this 23rd day of June 2012, and they're signed by Barry Glassman. The reason they're signed by Barry Glassman is he is head of the Fire Caucus, Senator Glassman. Let me just tell you one thing. These individuals work tirelessly, and I mean tirelessly, to represent the fire service in the Maryland General Assembly. And that is a tough crowd. I know I'm a part of it, and sometimes I don't know how they do what they do. But I'm very proud of the service that both of them do for you, for me, and for the whole state of Maryland. God bless you both.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I just want to say I see all the members of the Arbutus Volunteer Fire Department. Next month, I'll serve my 37th year at the Arbutus Volunteer Fire Department, so I see them all over there. And I'm proud to represent Baltimore and Howard County, and this being my 18th year in the legislature, I just want to say, with all the positive things that happened to the fire, rescue, and EMS this session, I think it was the best session in my 18 years in the legislature, and two of the reasons that it happened are because of Danny and Richard. How about a nice round of applause for these two gentlemen? And as the chairman of the Fire Rescue and EMS Caucus, with my good friend Senator Barry Glassman, who represents Harford County, I have, you can clap for Barry Glassman. There you go. That's him down here, his uncle, clapping for him. I have a Maryland General Assembly official citation, be it hereby known to all that sincerest congratulations are offered to Daniel G. Davis, Jr. and Richard L. Yinger in recognition of the celebration of your outstanding service and dedication for the many years to the Maryland State Firemen's Association, presented on this 19th day of June, 2012, by Delegate James E. Malone, Jr. Congratulations.
Thank you, Senator Dyson, Delegate Malone. Certainly, two guys that were certainly critical to us in our legislative accomplishments this year, and we're certainly glad to have recognized you a little bit earlier. But I'd like to also recognize you on behalf of the Maryland State Firemen's Association with a resolution, starting with Senator Dyson. Certainly a resolution on note of our appreciation of the cooperation and support that we got from your office during the legislative session and continuously throughout the year. So certainly my honor to present this with you. And to make you an official part of our convention family, we give you the bag, which has the mugs, which I know will be in your office. I'm looking for them, and make you an official part of our convention family here today.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been in elective office since 1974. This is the first resolution I have ever received. God bless you. Thank you.
Jimmy, I also have one to present to you. Similar resolution, again, thanking you for your cooperation and support. We got a lot of help from you. You and I were Bluetooth together during the legislative session. Me in the gallery, you down on the floor, but we did it. So I certainly thank you for your support and resolution on your behalf. And again, to make you part of our convention family, I want to present you with the bag and the mug collection to be put in your office as well. Thank you. Now to my two legislative chairs. Certainly, we couldn't have done what we did in Annapolis. You've already heard some accolades for them, so I'm not going to extend it much further. But again, I do want to recognize Danny Davis and Richard Yinger for their contributions. We served as chairman, vice chairman of the legislative committees continuously since 2002. Spending 90 days in the corner office of 17th State Circle in Annapolis during each legislative session can be a grueling task. During each session, both Danny and Richard make daily trips to Annapolis with at least an hour and a half to 2 hour commute each way. Each day starts with the review of submitted bills, with over 2,000 bills being reviewed each legislative session to determine if there's any legislative emergency services impact. When that's done, they make phone calls, personal contacts, attend bill hearings, and provide personal regular communications to the officers and members of the Maryland State Firemen's Association. Danny and Richard understand the importance of MSFA having an active role in the legislative process and unselfishly accepted the responsibility for the committee for the past 10 years. Both Danny and Richard have indicated they will not return to the committee next year so they can spend more time with family. We will honor their requests, but these will also be some tough shoes to fill. It's certainly a pleasure and an honor for me to present this small token of appreciation to both Danny and Richard for their friendship and support during my term as president of the MSFA, and I ask that you join with me in thanking them. Okay, well, I had to look at them, you know? One additional action that I have the privilege of doing, you've seen earlier where we presented a number of individuals with the Senator William Amos Memorial Legislative Award to our legislators as well as the Fire Marshal. Well, as president, I've kind of extended that, and we also would like to recognize Danny Davis and Richard Yinger with the Legislator Award from the MSFA. That concludes our award service. Certainly, We'd like to see a lot more nominations, a lot more people up here this year. Certainly congratulate each and every one of the award winners for this year. So at this time, the announcement that many of you have been waiting for, the report of the election, and I'll call on Assistant Secretary and Chair of the election judges, Rick Hemphill.
Thank you, Mr. President. The report of the election judges for 2012. There are a total of 379 companies in good standing as recorded by the Secretary. Credential Committee indicates that 284 of those companies were in good standing and registered at this convention, along with a total of 23 past presidents. The following officers were unopposed and elected by a single ballot cast by the Office of the Secretary, with the exception of the Office of Secretary, which ballot was cast by the President. For President, John Denver. First Vice President, Jacqueline Olson. Secretary, Dole Cox. Chief Chaplain, John Long. Trustee, Terry Thompson. Financial Secretary, Mitch Vogt. The results from the election of the position of Second Vice President, the results are David Keller III received 1,038 votes, and William Wagner received 66 votes out of a total of 1,104 votes cast. So successful candidate for office of Second Vice President was David Keller. The results of amendments to the bylaws. Question number 1, 886 votes for, 117 votes against. The amendment passed. Question number 2, 756 votes for, 192 votes against. This amendment also passed. And question number 3, 807 votes for, 131 votes against. This amendment also passed, as they needed 66% of the votes cast in that ballot. That's the report of the Election Committee. Thank you.
This time, I'd like to have a motion for acceptance of the election results so that the ballots can be destroyed. Dubs Gibson, seconded by Bill Wagner. Question on the motion? All in favor, sound aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Congratulations. Just want to remind you the remaining events for today's schedule, as well as tomorrow morning. A luncheon will be served in the other room over here for those that have bought tickets for the luncheon from 12:30 to 3:30. The exhibits are downstairs. Please visit our vendors. We'll be open until 4:30. Tonight at 6:30, this room will be the installation of officers. Please come out and show your support for the folks that have been elected to serve as your MSFA officers for the coming year. And then tonight, right back in here, the annual pajama parade and costume contest at 9:30 in this room. Tomorrow morning at 7:30 in the other room there will be prayer breakfast. So again, please take advantage of the remaining convention events. The next session will resume tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. This time, we'll call on Charlie Barnhart, chaplain, for the closing prayer for this session.
Let us pray. Gracious God, again, for the beauty of this day, we pause and give you thanks. We give you thanks for the award winners today. We give you thanks for the election of new officers. We ask you to be with us during this recess, be with us during our picnic. May the food that's been prepared for us nourish us in body, mind, and spirit. And now may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, the love of God, and the communion of the Holy Spirit be with you all. Amen.
Convention is in recess till 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.